We're hearing from sources at NBC that Savannah Guthrie intends to return to work at the Today Show at some point. Now, when that might happen is unclear. Her mom, Nancy, has been missing in Tucson for nearly a month. We last heard from Savannah on Tuesday when she posted a video on social media announcing a $1 million reward from the family for information.
And guys, this is what I've been saying. If Savannah Guthrie have made that reward money, at least $1 million out of the gate, we might not be in this predicament as we are right now today. I think she did it a little too soon. I think we a day late and a dollar short up in this mofo.
Information leading to her mother's recovery. There have been no major investigative updates. Certainly thinking of the family and something we'll keep a really close eye on.
Something that can bring her home.
They know it.
Somebody knows.
Somebody knows.
We are begging you to please come forward now.
Bring Nancy home.
A new message posted on social media from Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. Her family is now offering $1 million for help getting their 84-year-old mother back. It's now day 24 in the search for Nancy Guthrie after she was taken from her home in Tucson. There's a growing display of yellow flowers and ribbons, messages of...
Guys, it's been over a month and some change. And I've already said this, guys. I believe that if the Guthrie family had posted the bail to be at least $1 million, we might not be in this predicament today. This is sad.
Prayers and hope, of course. Today's family message comes amid new questions. On the video the FBI released of the masked man with a gun caught on the doorbell camera.
Sources tell Arizona's family there's video from 2 different days showing the same masked man went to the Guthrie house twice. So how does all this play into the decision to release this reward in the new video today? And what could the reward signify about the status of the investigation? Our true crime correspondent, Brianna Whitney, is here
to explain
girl.
Break it down.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. Obviously, you just said it all that's unfolding. But watching these videos with Savannah, it's so hard. I mean,
it is.
At day 24, can you believe it? And you can feel the pain from her. I mean, she needs help. The FBI needs help. But that does beg the question, well, where does this all stand? Today is important because a former FBI agent says without a doubt, money talks, and a reward of this magnitude could get someone to come forward and crack the case. He says it also highlights something else, though. This likely won't have a resolution anytime soon. In the video, Savannah Guthrie says they are holding on to embers of hope, but understand their mom may be gone. No matter the case, they want and need to find her and are asking someone to do the right thing by coming forward, even anonymously, to lead to the recovery of her, hoping the $1 million reward will aid in that. This coming as sources tell us the abductor may have been at Nancy Guthrie's home prior to the day she was taken. And CBS News sources say DNA found inside her home may be, quote, low level or be hard to get a usable DNA profile from. Former FBI Special Agent Lance Lysing says today's updates give fairly good clues about where the investigation stands. We're on day 24, seeing that this is a video going out today.
Day 24.
This reward is now
over a month
where
and some
it's at.
change.
And they're pleading for people to come forward. Does that mean that the FBI and the Sheriff's Department are at square one, that they just don't know at all who did this?
Yeah. Well, I'd say the answer is no. They're not at square one. They probably don't know who did this either. Like, I think those both can be accurate at the same time. But I think more likely they're looking for somebody on the ancillary, somebody a little bit outside the group, that somebody from the group bragged to something about or showed them items that they've used in the past, or made just some suspicious mention that had somebody, maybe a family member or friend, questioning, hey, maybe you were involved. That's probably who they're targeting.
Lysing says if investigators had an idea who this was or who the group was responsible, it's likely they would have used other tactics to try and get someone in a group to flip rather than a public upped reward and plea for information. But with what we know about the case on day 24, Lysing says there's still a ways to go to even identify who did this, and says, quote, there is no indication it is going to end soon.
Firms a clue in their search for Nancy Guthrie did not pan out. We're told the DNA from a pair of gloves found 2 miles from her home came back as a match to a restaurant employee who works nearby. Investigators say that person is not part of their investigation. Other DNA evidence is still being processed at a Florida lab right now. It's been over a month since the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie was last seen alive. Investigators are still reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance footage and following up on thousands of tips in hopes of tracking down whoever abducted her.
Many people online still believe Luke Daly is the abductor, is the person seen in that surveillance footage from Nancy Guthrie's home, or believe that he's involved in the case. And it wasn't just Luke who was detained that night. His name posted everywhere now for weeks. It was also his mom's. Both of them have been released, and now they've sat down with me in interviews today to talk about how they were questioned by FBI agents and sheriff's deputies in this investigation. To understand this, I want to take you back to the night that this all unfolded. It was a dual SWAT operation back on the night of February 13th. While Luke Daly was detained outside Culver's with his Range Rover searched and towed away, his mom, Mary Chapman Daly, was detained at their home not far from Nancy Guthrie's while agents searched inside. Both Luke Daly and Mary tell me they weren't given a lot of answers as to why they were being investigated while sitting in the back of police cars for hours. For Luke, despite getting released that same night and telling me he has gotten his Range Rover back, many online still believe he matches the physical description of the abductor on that surveillance video and suspect he may be involved in her disappearance. He says he is not, but he says mystery still lies in what evidence led detectives to Luke at all.
Guys.
Did they tell you what led them to you? I mean, something made them believe they needed to talk to you about it. What was that?
I asked them. They didn't tell me.
You know what, guys? Before he started talking, check this shit out, okay? He does, in my opinion. And guys, you can go ahead and put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. But those little eyebrows, those little thin eyebrows, those beady little eyes, those thin little lips sort of kind of look like the guy that was fumbling around in Nancy Guthrie's front door the night that she was kidnapped. That is my opinion, guys. He sort of kind of looks like him. However, his face is just a little bit fuller than the guy who was at Nancy Guthrie's door. I'm not sure if these are the same people, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments. And those of you, if this is your first mofo time watching me, guys, I am Kelly. K to the E-double-L-I-E. That's me from Why I Killed You TV. Let's check this shit out.
Any information about that?
He looks like him, guys. He looks like him.
I've thought of any type of reason why they could have come after me, but there's nothing, and I think that's why they didn't tell me.
Were you in the area of the home at the time, like the overnight?
Why they pick him? That's weird.
We've tracked this person. Got to be a reason.
Well, I live near her house, but I mean, I didn't even know that until after the fact.
That's
so
weird.
While Luke was detained for hours watching
his mama too.
His mom Mary says she was detained for 6 hours in the back of a car while her home was raided. She said that agents went in, they were breaking locks to doors to search every room, every inch of that house.
Weird, guys.
She says
put it in the
while
comments,
she was detained,
guys.
she didn't have any idea that this had any involvement with her son being investigated at all. So when they detained you, did you know that this was related to
mama.
Also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and
this is weird,
finding
guys.
her and whatnot.
Now, Luke says many online have posted about his criminal past. He says he struggled with drugs and knows his past is open record, but says he has worked to turn his life around, and those past charges have nothing to do with this case at all. Luke told me he's had a hard time going out in public since all of this with the scrutiny. Meanwhile, Mary says she was so uncomfortable in her home and in the neighborhood after her home was raided. She's actually been staying with family up in Phoenix this entire time until today. She just came back home to Tucson. She says she's thankful to be back, but obviously still very upset over all of this, and says both her and Luke have been praying daily for Nancy Guthrie's safe return, praying for the Guthrie family.
Whoever got her, bring her home.
They are adamant they have nothing to do with this. They hope the actual abductor is arrested and faces those consequences.
So former FBI agents say renewed activity could signal new leads in Nancy Guthrie case. I find that very hard to believe. Every time we get one step forward, it's looked like we get 3 steps back. Okay? This case is sad. This lady was only 84 years. I shouldn't say only 84 years old. That's a long freaking life. So the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanus said investigators are reviewing footage of a vehicle captured on a neighbor's ring camera that showed up shortly after after she vanished. Investigators are still searching for Nancy Guthrie more than a month after she disappeared. Guys, it's been a freaking month. And we already know, guys, the longer somebody is not found, the likelihood that they will be found is going to be slim to freaking none. Okay, let's just call a thing a thing. She was forcibly taken from her Tucson, Arizona home in the early morning hours of February the 1st, the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanus previously said. In a February 24th Instagram video, Savannah Guthrie announced that her family is offering a reward of $1 million. And I've been said this before, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. I believe that if Savannah Guthrie and her family would have offered up that $1 million out the gate, we would not be in this particular situation as we are today, guys. I think that Nancy Guthrie would have been back home, okay, for $1 million. So basically, guys, they put up the reward for $1 million for information leading to the recovery of their mother, Nancy Guthrie. She also said that the family will donate $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And I think that is beautiful because here you are, Savannah Guthrie and your family, your sister Annie and your brother. Here you are, you guys are trying to find your own mom, and you sit up here and you still donate $500,000 to another charity. I think that's beautiful than a mofo. I don't think I personally would be able to do this, guys, because I would try to be investing all my money into finding my mother. And guys, all they wanted was some proof of life, and evidently the kidnappers could not provide that, okay, which is weird than a mofo. Okay, you're going to have to show me my mother on video responding back to me. None of that AI bullshit. You have to show me my mother responding back to me in the damn video. Okay? I don't need no damn still pictures. I want to make sure that my mother is alive and well. Okay, guys, put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. I think the ransom money was put up a little bit too late. And I said the ransom money, but I'm talking about the reward money. It was put up too late. I really do. I think if we had went straight to $1 million, guys, I think we would have found Nancy Guthrie. And some of you even sat up here and said that the FBI told the Guthrie family not to put it at $1 million. And I said, the hell with the FBI. That's my mama. And guys, the FBI, they have done this a time or two, I am sure. And I would have listened to whatever the hell recommendation they would have gave me when it came down to that money. Oh, hell no. No. I don't want to hear no recommendations about $50,000, about $100,000, about $200,000. No, I don't want to hear that recommendation because that's some BS. Not a lot of people going to put their lives on the line to get your mama back for $50,000. That's just not going to work, especially when the ransom started off at $1 million in Bitcoin and went up to $6 million. Okay, people are not going to do that. Let's just keep it real. The FBI described the suspect captured in surveillance images and video outside of Nancy Guthrie's home, outside of her front door around the time of her disappearance, as a man standing between 5'9" and 5'10", with the average build, carrying a 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker backpack with some muffler reflectors on it. Okay, how are you? I don't understand it. You come to kidnap somebody or burglarize a home, and you have a backpack with some damn reflectors on it. So every time a car would come your way, you would light up like a freaking Christmas tree. That shit is weird to me. That is weird. Guys, put that in the comments. Tell me what you think. That is weird as hell. It seemed like you want to get caught. And another thing, and I've said this in other videos, why in thy hell are you notifying social media about you abducting Nancy Guthrie? That is weird to me. Why are you going to TMZ and social media about this abduction? It seems like you want to get caught. That's weird as hell to me. And guys, let me make sure you're able to see what the hell I am seeing. And no, you're not. So I'm going to scoop my screen down just a tad bit. It says, and I hope you can see it, and yes, you can. It says people with information about Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are asked to contact the 1-800-CALL-FBI. So you can call that number if you have information concerning the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Okay, so the family has since gotten their mother's home back. And guys, it's very sad. It's very sad. I am not sure. Guys, go ahead. I ask you guys in every video that I make about the Nancy Guthrie case, do you guys believe that Nancy Guthrie is still with us? Is she still alive, guys, or is she deceased? Because if she's still alive, guys, whoever has her needs to bring her back. This is sad. We have a sick lady who has a pacemaker. I'm sure she's on a blood thinner. I'm sure she's on a diuretic. She walks with a cane. And unfortunately, her dog passed away December of 2025. And then roughly a month later, this happens. That's a little peculiar. I don't know how old the dog was. I don't know if it was that dog's time to die or whatever the case may be. But that's freaking weird to me that by coinkydink, the dog passed away December 2025, and this happens to Nancy Guthrie. She disappeared on February the 1st of 2026. Weird. That is weird. What do you guys think? That is weird, because I'm believing if that dog was around, at least he could have alerted maybe people in the neighborhood. But guys, Nancy Guthrie lived on over an acre of land, and the terrain was rocky than a mofo. Okay, that neighborhood, guys, they prided themselves in being in pitch black, no street lights whatsoever. And her Nest Cam, guys, her subscription, I don't know if it wasn't renewed or whatever the case may be, but it's weird. Okay, so the FBI was able to get some video footage of the fool at her freaking front door trying to get in. But it is always, I've always said this, guys, check out any of my live videos. I've always said this, that I believe that, guys, and I have to say, allegedly, that it could have been an inside job. Nobody is going to anybody's house in the middle of the night to burglarize them or kidnap them in the middle of the night. They've never been there smashing cameras and stealing old ladies. That is weird. You have to have had to been there before in the middle of the night. They didn't have any street lights. You didn't know how many cameras she had. You sit up there and you smash 3 or 4 cameras. You don't know if she had 6, 7, 8 cameras. That was a big ass house. So save that for somebody else. I believe that it was an inside job. I'm not really saying, God, it was a family member, whatever the case may be. We already know, guys, speculation has it. And guys, I have to say, allegedly, that was a great possibility that her son-in-law, Tommaso, might have been involved. Now, Tommaso is married to Nancy's oldest daughter, Annie. And evidently, Tommaso and his wife, Annie, only live 11 minutes down the road from Nancy Guthrie, and it was a great possibility that Tommaso had a gambling problem. It was a great possibility that Annie and Tommaso, guys, they were in a little debt. Okay, the sheriff, however, has ruled them out. However, the FBI ain't said shit yet about ruling them out. Okay, this is where, guys, tell me what you think in the comments. And guys, I always have to say allegedly, guys, the views expressed in my videos are my views and my views alone. Take it or leave it, do whatever the one you want to do with it. Okay, guys, my videos are made for educational purposes only. Okay, please do not forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to my videos and my YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And push that notification buzzer. Okay, push it. Okay, guys, everybody I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find out that they monkey behind is guilty, then a mofo. Okay, but evidently all of the family members, they did not say Tommaso, however, but they're saying all of the family members. I don't think they're talking about son-in-laws, and I don't think they talk about band members, because Tommaso had a band member by the name of Dominic Evans, and they were looking sideways at Dominic's monkey behind. But they said all of the family members, I don't know if Tommaso was included, have been excluded as being involved in this very tragic situation.
In the case of Savannah Guthrie's missing 84-year-old mom.
Savannah has come back to her home here at 30 Rock and Studio 1A. We got to see her.
An emotional morning at the Today Show as Savannah returned to the set for the first time since her mother Nancy was abducted 32 days ago. While there is no timetable for her to get back behind the anchor desk, an NBC spokesperson tells Extra Savannah does plan to return. As for the search for her mother, investigators are running out of leads.
We've talked to FBI agents.
First of all, guys, let me say this. If that had been my mama, because I have a strong suspicion that I'm believing that this kidnapping had a lot to do with the celebrity status of Savannah Guthrie, okay? Now, guys, I know there was some speculation, and that's all we could do is speculate. There was a great possibility that it might have been the son-in-law, and then people were saying there was a great possibility it could have been Savannah's monkey behind, because the ratings dropped on the Today Show when Savannah left on medical leave. So that ain't a good sign. So people were starting to think there was a great possibility maybe Savannah kidnapped her own mama in order that the ratings go up. Okay, that's what everybody was thinking, because I'm telling you what, seeing how sincere she was on, YouTube, on social media, guys, there's no way you can tell me that she did this to her own mother. There's no way you could tell me that. Sorry. But I would not be returning back to work until I figure out what happened to my mama, dead or alive. I would have to figure that out first. I ain't going back to the damn Today Show at all until I figure out what happened to my mama.
Who have told us that they fear that this is a case that is becoming a cold case, and if you know anything about cold cases and the rate that they're solved, it's not good.
Because of the nature of this neighborhood, and you saw when you enter what it looks like. Was Nancy Guthrie targeted?
Yes.
Was she specifically targeted, or could this possibly be someone who randomly chose her house? Still with us, Stuart Fillmore, Dr. Mike McCutcheon. All right, Stuart, get the first bite at this one.
First of all, Stuart ain't getting shit. I'm about to get the first bite. That's what's about to happen. I believe, guys, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again, that this was an inside job. However, it was more than one person. And the person who is the inside jobber evidently has been at Nancy Guthrie's house before. I'm not necessarily saying that it's a family member. I am saying it's somebody who's been at Nancy Guthrie's home before. I don't know if it was the lawn guy. I don't know if it was the housekeeper. I don't know if it was the pool guy. I don't know if it was a contractor, whatever the case may be. They had been at Nancy Guthrie's home before. Hell, who knows? It could have been the person who put the damn Nest cameras up. Okay? It could have been that person. Okay? And I believe that that person started talking to somebody else because they needed help in order to kidnap Nancy Guthrie, because I don't believe it was a burglary. And the reason why I don't believe it's a burglary is because, guess what? Wasn't shit missing but the old lady, Nancy Guthrie. It wasn't a burglary, in my opinion. Okay? And so the person who knew the house started blabbing their mouths to somebody else, and that somebody else started Googling Nancy Guthrie's home and started Googling Savannah Guthrie's net worth. This is what I believe, guys. These are my opinions. Take them or leave them. Do whatever the hell you want with them. But please, guys, let me know what you think about my theory. Go ahead and leave a comment, guys, because this shit is weird.
So I'm torn, honestly, Vinny. I think if I was really forced to give you an answer, I'd say that she was targeted, because I think what Alina just showed is a good example. It's amazing there. You have to know where you're going. It's dark when you leave. And clearly, he had the backpack, he had all the gear on, he was prepared. So here's the problem, though. There's not a legitimate ransom note out there. So if she's targeted, what's she targeted for? Unless there's some back channel ransom negotiations going on that we don't know about. That's what I mean, Maura. It's a baffling situation.
Yeah, that's.
She was targeted because she is a celebrity mother. And her daughter, Savannah, is a millionaire. That's why she was targeted. But for the life of me, I do not understand why the people who kidnapped her are sending ransom notes to TMZ. That's when it gets weird.
Dr. Mike McCutcheon, that's the problem here, right? Targeted, and I think Stuart got to the real point of all this. Targeted for what? Why?
Money.
Exactly. And I agree with him, because if it was a target, there's a reason that you're targeting that person. So whether it's for a ransom or for to get, we'll say, make a statement, but there's nobody saying I did this to make a statement because I'm against something. So no one's claiming it as a statement, or you're doing it for, like I said, the ransom or anything. There's nothing. Like, it's just disappeared. And I mean, to think morbidly, it could be maybe it was a ransom, and then she died while they had her, and then they abandoned it. But again, this sounds morbid, but there would still be money in the body recovery if you said, I'll tell you where she is.
And there is. There literally is $1 million right now from the family for information.
Okay, I'm freaking lost. She was targeted because of money. Her damn daughter was a freaking millionaire. Savannah Guthrie is worth $40 million. Okay, that's why she was targeted, for the money. I love Core TV, but they act like they slow today. She was targeted for the money. Okay, they initially wanted $1 million in Bitcoin, and then they increased it to $6 million. What are you talking about? You don't know why she was targeted. They wanted some money. That's what they wanted. They acting real slow today. That's what they wanted. And I think they wanted a little celebrity status. They wanted their 15 minutes of fame. In this particular case, 1 month and some days worth of fame. Because as of right now, Nancy Guthrie is still missing. I don't know why they acting slow today, guys. That's what's going on.
Leading to finding and bringing Nancy home, whether she's alive or has passed away. Where should we be looking to find Nancy?
Exactly.
Joining us, true crime podcaster from Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Tony Bruschi's with us, and private investigator, host of the Delphi Dirt podcast, Erica Morse. Make sure you check that out. All right, Tony, what do you think? Where should we be looking to find Nancy at this point?
Well, I mean, they've searched close to the house now for a month. The FBI's come 7 miles of Campbell Avenue, thermal drones, dogs, pacemaker, signal detection, and still nothing. So the next logical step is tracking outward. A vehicle almost certainly was involved. Ring footage from that morning showed a dozen cars passing through the area. In theory, you identify the vehicle, then connect the dots, track it through traffic cameras, security footage, see how far it went out, whether it stopped anywhere. That stop could be everything, but here's the problem. We don't even have a vehicle yet. And without it, we're just guessing at geography. You're trying to connect dots from thousands of cameras to a vehicle that looks like thousands of others, and you don't even know which one you're looking for. That's where this investigation.
So I know at one point that they were looking at a Kia, okay, an all-white Kia, which absolutely makes no sense. Why would you come in the middle of the night to kidnap somebody in a small-ass car like that? Okay, because that's going to be the getaway car. And the speed on that car, I'm not really sure how fast that car can go, but looking at that little mofo, it doesn't look like it can get too fast. And you come there in an all-white, small-ass Kia. There's at least 2 grown men that's going to get back into their Kia, and then they're going to have a possibility of somebody who's unconscious, meaning Nancy Guthrie, weighing 150 pounds, 5'4", pretty much going to be dead weight because I believe at some point she did become unconscious. And you're going to fit all of that in a damn Kia. And if the police were to roll up on you, I mean, what speed are you? I mean, you're going to be caught quickly, in my opinion. That car is not meant for any kind of high-speed car chases. And it's all white. Why would you bring a white? I mean, that is going to stand out like a freaking sore thumb. Okay? That is weird to me.
Unfortunately seems to be stuck right now, at least from our perspective outwardly. It's not just about where to search, it's what we don't have, the basic information right now needed to know where to start. Until there's a vehicle ID, a witness, forensic evidence that points in some direction, we're kind of nowhere.
Exactly.
Wow. You know, a lot of people are saying this is reminding them of Delphi, Erica, unfortunately. And we know how long it took there for things to develop, right? So where do you think, where should we be looking to find Nancy?
Well, first of all, yes, I understand they say they've searched a 7-mile radius, but I want to make sure they've searched every inch of that 7-mile radius. There's 100 to 250 mines and bunkers in that area. Have they cleared every single one of those? Have they cleared every well? Have they, only 2% of households in that area have basements. So I want to make sure that they've looked in every single fallout shelter. Have they checked every private access road, every brush area up to 6?
And you know what, guys? I always stop on this picture because that is an aerial view of Nancy Guthrie's home. What in the fuck is she doing out there in the middle of nowhere? 3,700 square feet. She's got a pacemaker. Her gait is very unsteady. She's probably on a blood thinner. She's probably on a diuretic. She's got medical problems. And she's living out there by herself. That is a recipe for freaking disaster, if you ask me. Go ahead and put it in the comments, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments. And don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. This is weird than a mofo.
6 feet off that roadside, because right now, first of all, yes, this completely reminds me of Delphi. Don't even get me started on that.
No, I won't.
And second, I don't like the fact that people like United Cajun Navy, who has over 20 years of experience recovering people, both missing and alive, are being told to stay out of this investigation. And you know how I feel about families. Families make the best investigators, Vinny. So when we have a group of mothers that have found over 5,000 people, whether deceased or alive, have over 2 million followers, and they're so close to the border, and they're also being told, let the professionals handle it. Well, I'm getting to the point where the professionals are offering help and being turned away, and the ones that call themselves professionals just because they're sworn peace officers, need to be questioned a little bit further.
Okay, guys, I'm going to cut off for a second. My whole thing in a motherfucking nutshell is why did the Popo and the FBI allow media to be so close? I mean, they were right there outside of her damn driveway contaminating every damn thing. You had social media out there. You had camera crews out here. You had YouTubers out there To me, guys, they were just too close to the freaking crime scene. And I believe the crime scene was contaminated because they were too close to the damn crime scene. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. If I was in charge of that crime scene, there would be nobody allowed in that community unless you lived there. Nobody. You had pizzas being delivered, you had potato chips being delivered, you had sodas being delivered, you had gifts being delivered to Nancy Guthrie's front freaking door. And that's inappropriate like a mofo. That's inappropriate. And I believe this is another reason why this shit is delayed. This is the reason. That crime scene should have been locked down. Go ahead and put it in the comments, guys.
JLR investigates. Day 28.
29.
Where is Nancy Guthrie? Back out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. But guess what, folks? Everybody left. There's only like one
cold
vehicle
case. Cold
left.
case.
News Nation. The entire block is empty. Some people walking their dogs. Looks like people have moved on from this case.
Sad.
Or left because the FBI and authorities gave the property, the home here, Nancy Guthrie's home, back to the family. I don't know if I'm going to be live streaming out here at an empty house, but we're definitely going to be covering this case. But let me spin the camera around to show you what it looks like being quiet.
Cold case.
More or less everyone left. I mean,
Sad.
people are driving by a little bit, but there's not the crazy activity that had been happening for weeks. They had this entire block filled with media cones and all types of tents and equipment. There's some few stuff left. So let me spin the camera around. Yeah, everyone left. They have this out here. No parking. You can't park out here. Just parked out here just for a second to do my report. No parking. No parking. All this was full with media as we came each morning. Couldn't even park on this street. Nothing.
Chilling 911 call was made to police the night Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. A police dispatcher sent out an alert about a woman hanging out of the window of a car, and she was screaming.
The callers advising they saw a female out of a vehicle window screaming. The vehicle was a dark gray or blue Chevy Malibu, no plate. Advised that the female was hanging out of the window wearing all black, and the door was also open. Was the woman in the car 84-year-old Nancy? The location given by the undetermined 911 caller is just 3 miles from her house. The disturbing call was revealed last night by Nancy Grace.
Is it connected? We don't know, but it's close to her home around the time she was taken. We can't really discount anything.
Meanwhile, volunteers are searching the complex of large flash flood drainage tunnels beneath Tucson in the hopes of finding some evidence that Nancy was held there for a time.
They searched pretty much this entire one.
I spoke with News Nation's Brian Enton, who combed through one of the largest tunnels sometimes used by homeless people.
There are these tunnels that go beneath Tucson and are in the area where Nancy lives, in the foothills. They go under roadways, they go under neighborhoods. They're drainage tunnels when there's a lot of rain in the area, but right now they're totally empty. I went into the tunnels and, you know, there's a lot of homeless people that stay down there, but volunteers have been looking in the tunnels just in case there could be any evidence down there or any sign of Nancy.
Someone out there knows something.
And Savannah Guthrie's gut-wrenching appeal and her offer of $1 million reward has already brought 750 credible tips as the search for Nancy Guthrie goes on.
Guys, I'm Kelly, K to the E, double L-I-E. Kelly, that's me from YIQG-TV. Thank you for watching this mofo. Guys, Nancy Guthrie, I didn't even know who the hell Nancy Guthrie was, okay? Until somebody told me that she is the mother, and I almost said she was the mother, but guys, she is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, and Savannah Guthrie is on the Today Show, okay? And to tell you the truth, guys, I do not watch the Today Show like that, and I really didn't even know who Savannah Guthrie was either, okay? So she's on the Today Show, because this whole situation is sad. Why in thy hell is Nancy Guthrie living in this big ass house that you see playing in the background, 3,700 square feet? Now, when I first saw the house, I'm thinking, damn, okay, Savannah done hooked her daughter up because Savannah is a freaking millionaire. But nothing could be furthest from the truth, because evidently Nancy Guthrie and her husband back in 1975, they bought this house for $85,000. Okay, like I said, 3,700 plus square feet in the middle of nowhere in Tucson, Arizona. And then you got a camera system out there, but you don't have no subscription. So anybody who walks up on your monkey behind, you will not be able to capture who the hell that is. Okay, so I don't know if Nancy's subscription, she accidentally stopped paying for it, or somebody overlooked the payment, or whatever the case may be, but she did not have a subscription. Now, that particular neighborhood, guys, and I've said this before in other mofo videos, that particular neighborhood, they prided themselves on not having not one damn street light out in that mofo. Okay, that is weird as shit to me. Okay, they loved for it to be pitch black out there, and guys, so when it got dark out there, they could see the stars. Okay, and that is the main reason why we at this point right now. And I'll tell anybody, guys, who ask me who do I think is involved in this, guys, I always tell everybody it has to be somebody who had to have been out to Nancy Guthrie's house once before. I don't know if it's a family member. I don't know if it's the lawn guy. I don't know if it's the pool guy. I don't know if it's the handyman. Whoever the hell it is, a relative, whoever the hell it is, I believe they done been out there before, because you just don't take your monkey behind out here on acres and acres of land in the pitch black and your behind never been out there before. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So evidently, guys, January 31st, 2026 at 5:32 p.m., Nancy went to some family members' home. And evidently her oldest daughter, Annie Guthrie, who's Nancy Guthrie's oldest daughter, and the son-in-law, Tommaso, guys, they were all at this family gathering together. Now, this is when things get a little weird. Because also on January the 31st, 2026 at 9:48 p.m., Nancy was dropped off by her son-in-law, allegedly, back at her home. Okay, her son-in-law's name is Tommaso. Tommaso is married to Nancy's oldest daughter, Annie. Okay, and evidently, guys, he dropped her back off at home after the family function. My whole thing is, guys, we really haven't heard too much from Tommaso and Annie concerning Nancy Guthrie's last day. This is weird than a mofo. Okay. Also, guys, on January the 31st, 2026 at 9:50 p.m., Nancy Guthrie, when she was dropped off, she went through her garage. She didn't go through the front door. The front door had a big ass security door on it. She went through the garage, and we're really not sure if the garage door had a security door on it as well. And it only took her 2 minutes to get in that house. February the 1st, 2026 at 1:47 a.m., her doorbell camera was disconnected. And those of you who have been following this case will know that there was a bumbling fool idiot at her front door. And I believed that this guy who's the bumbling fool idiot, guys, I'm calling him, I gave him a nickname. That guy, I believe he had never been there before, but I believe there was somebody else there with him. And it was a great possibility that that person might have been at the back door. Now, guys, if you've been watching Nancy Grace clearly shows video footage of two guys, not just one, two guys at the door, possibility, and one was holding a flashlight in between his teeth, and the other one had a cell phone, and it seems like they were trying to get the doorbell camera off of there. Okay, and guys, this is my whole thing. You do not go and rob somebody in the middle of the night who lives on acres and acres of freaking land. You do not do that, guys. That makes absolutely no sense. Okay. And the whole thing in a nutshell, guys, we can't figure out how they made it to the house. Now, everybody is talking about this Kia car, all white, that might have been the possible getaway car. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Why would you unless it was your own car. But why would you bring your own car to a possible kidnapping or a possible burglary? I don't think it was a burglary, because guess what? If it was a burglary, nothing else was taken but the little old lady, Nancy Guthrie, who was 84 years old, who had a pacemaker, who had health issues. I am sure that she was on the blood thinner because of the pacemaker, and I'm sure she was on a diuretic to keep the swelling down in her legs, because that's what happens when people have these type of medical problems. From what I understand, Nancy Guthrie, she could not get around all that great. She used a cane. And guys, even though that home was purchased by her and her husband back in 1975 for $85,000, it's worth way over $1 million. Her son-in-law, Tommaso, and her daughter, Annie, only live 11 minutes down the road. Okay, and both of them are supposed to be school teachers. And guys, the neighborhood does not get that crappy that quick in 11 minutes. So I am thinking, how can you guys afford to live in close proximity to your mother, aka mother-in-law? And both of you are supposed to be school teachers. Now, everybody at first was thinking that Tommaso might have had something to do with his mother-in-law's kidnapping. They were thinking that that was what was going on. However, the sheriff's department has cleared everybody in the family. I am thinking the sheriff might have done this a little too soon. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. What do you think? Was the family, all of the family, have they been cleared too soon? Okay. Now, at first, guys, they were saying that there was a great possibility that Savannah might have had something to do with her own mother's kidnapping, because the ratings of the Today Show went the hell up after she went on medical leave. Okay, following me? Are you following me? The Today Show ratings went up when Savannah Guthrie went on medical leave. Guys, that does not look good for Savannah. That doesn't look good for Savannah. Okay, so everybody was starting to speculate. And guys, all this is a speculation, guys. Everybody that I talk about in my mofo videos, guys, are presumed innocent until they are found guilty. Okay, my videos are for educational purposes, guys, and educational purposes alone. My videos are for adults, so on occasion there might be a little profanity, so deal with it. Deal with it, guys. But be sure to go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe. Okay, so back to Savannah, guys, and I tell you what, I have been looking at her on YouTube, and there is no way in double hell that I think that Savannah had anything to do with the disappearance of her mother. Everybody was speculating that Savannah might have been doing this for some ratings, and I pray that is not the case. Okay, so back to this little crazy ass timeline, because guys, this timeline is off the chain, crazy, weird. Starting with why in the hell Nancy Guthrie is living out here on acres and acres of land in the middle of nowhere in Tucson, Arizona, and you are a freaking celebrity mom in the middle of the freaking dark, guys. She was a target. She was a target. And if you don't know it by now, you know it now. She was a freaking target, and evidently there had been some people on the internet Googling. If you check out Google Trends, you will see that they had been Googling Nancy Guthrie's address way before she was kidnapped. So I am not really sure what's going on with that, because the family members don't have to Google Nancy Guthrie, because, well, guess what? They don't have to Google her address. Shit, they've been over there. Okay, that makes no sense. But maybe one of them got to talking to somebody that they were the possibility they're going to be in cahoots with, and that person Googled Nancy Guthrie. Okay, so the two idiots that were at the front door, guys, I believe one of them had already been at the house, but the other idiot was at the front door with the brush in his hand and with the flashlight in between his teeth, trying to get the freaking doorbell off. Okay, at first everybody was thinking there was a great possibility that could have been a woman, but guys, if you look at it real good, it looks like to me that it was a man. It looks like at first they had some freaking mascara on, but if you look real close, guys, it's obvious to me that it is a man. Okay, now everybody is saying that the outfit that the person wore with the flashlight in between their teeth that whole outfit came from Walmart. That's what everybody is saying. If that's the case, guys, it's only a matter of time before they figure out who the hell bought that outfit, okay? We got a bunch of dumbass criminals, believe it or not, guys, who buy this type of shit with their damn credit card. And I'm hoping that is the case, okay? So anyway, Nancy got back to her home. She opened up the garage door January the 31st, 2026 at 9:50 p.m. February the 1st, which is the very next day at 1:47 a.m., her doorbell camera was disconnected, okay? And then February the 1st, 2026 at 2:12 a.m., the software to her Nest Cam detected a person walking around. The whole thing in a nutshell, guys, even though she did not have a subscription, some way, somehow, the FBI was able to detect the activity that was going on at her front door. February the 1st, 2026, Nancy was reported missing after she did not attend an online church event that she normally would attend with a friend. Okay, so when a friend said, hey, Nancy didn't show up, evidently, this is when they said, hey, something is going on. We need to report Nancy missing. And that's what happened on February the 1st, 2026. Guys, if I got anything wrong, if I missed anything, go ahead and put it in the comments. Put your 2 cents in there because I'm interested to know. On February the 5th, 2026, authorities publicly released a basic timeline as to when Nancy went to the dinner party, Nancy left the dinner party, Nancy was driven back to the home. There was some detection of, a possibility of 1 or 2 people at her front porch. And then, guys, Nancy had a pacemaker as well. And that became disconnected as well. The whole shit is weird. It is really weird. February the 10th, 2026, the FBI released some images of a masked person who is the possible suspect in the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. February the 24th, 2026, Savannah Guthrie's family raised the mofo reward to $1 million. And I said this before. That reward should have been at $1 million. That reward should have been at $1 million, guys. They started it off at $50,000, and it wasn't the family. Evidently, there were some donations coming in. It started off at $50,000 and went up to $100,000, and it went up to $200,000. There is some poor people who can come up with that type of money. Savannah Guthrie, there are some poor people who can come up with that type of money, and that, I believe, is the reason why we do not have Nancy Guthrie back as of today, because the reward was too low. You cannot expect people to spill their freaking guts and put their lives on the line for $50,000. That is not going to cut it. And evidently the kidnappers were asking for a ransom, and they wanted $1 million in Bitcoin. And then, guys, they increased it to $6 million in Bitcoin. And for what I understand, only less than $300 was paid for that ransom, because evidently the FBI and the Popo was trying to see if that Bitcoin was going to be moved somewhere else. And if they would have moved it, we would have got their monkey behinds. But they did not move that $300. Okay, guys? It was trickery all day long. And I'll say this, and I've said it before. I believe because the reward money started off so mofo small, $50,000, that's the reason why we do not have Nancy Guthrie back to this very day. February the 27th, 2026, guys, the investigation remains active. So they say. But I'm going to tell you this, guys. All of the media, all of the YouTubers, the FBI, and the Popo, guys, they were leaving gloves all over the place, contaminating the whole place. The YouTubers were having pizzas delivered, soda and potato chips. And I do not understand why that crime scene was not locked the freak down. I don't understand it. If you understand it, guys, please put it in the comment. Tell me what you think. Put it in the comments, because it's weird as hell that it wasn't locked down. Okay, if I was in charge, and I said this before, if I was in charge of that mofo crime scene, you would not be allowed in the community unless you lived there. Okay, the neighbors were getting pissed off like a mofo. And evidently, guys, the street where Nancy Guthrie was living, they had people right there at her driveway, entryway, right the freak there. How are you going to be up on the crime scene like that? That's weird as hell. So another thing that happened is that there was blood found on the porch of Nancy Guthrie's home. And that DNA turned out to be Nancy Guthrie. Now, I've said this in other videos, guys. I do not believe that Nancy Guthrie was hurt when they took her out of that home. And they were saying that the blood was low velocity, meaning that Nancy Guthrie evidently was in a very low position when they took her out of that home. And her nose was bleeding. I've said this before, guys. I'm a registered nurse. Due to the fact Nancy Guthrie was probably on a blood thinner, I believe the stress of those mofos being in her house caused the blood vessels in her nose to become engorged. And I believe she started having a nosebleed. I don't think anybody physically hurt her other than taking her out of that home physically against her will. Guys, as of March the 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie is still missing. She's still missing. Guys, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular video and this particular YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate it. We're going to go over the kidnappers. We're going to go over the timeline. This shit is weird, guys. Go ahead and put your comments in there and tell me, who do you think is responsible for the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie? Another thing, people are saying that it was a great possibility that Savannah was going to return back to work. Okay. And guys, if you look at any of the video footage of the latest heartbreaking outpour of emotions that Savannah has sent out, you can tell in her conversation she believes that her mother there's a great possibility she's no longer with us. And I'm believing that too. I don't believe that Nancy Guthrie is with us, guys. It's been a freaking month since this little old lady has been missing. And unless the person who knew Nancy Guthrie had been stockpiling her medication, guys, she needs her medicine. And if she doesn't have her medicine, guys, this is not going to turn out very well. Evidently, Savannah Guthrie, there's a great possibility she might be returning back to work. And that's odd to me. Guys, I'm a registered nurse. If this happens to my mother, my job can kiss my butt. Not coming back until I found my mom. Not going to happen. Okay? And a lot of you say, oh, my mom lives by herself and she's 80, 90 years old. Guys, my mother is on 80 years old as we speak right now. And I don't give two flying freaks. If she said, oh, no, Kelly, I want to live out here by myself. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Somebody, and guys, if you look at Nancy's home, it looks like either that's a pool house or an in-law arrangement, whatever the case may be. Some of you are saying it looks like it is a pool house, but the pool is way on the other side of where you are claiming the pool house is. To me, it looks like an in-law arrangement. And guess who would have been living in there if that had been my mama? Okay? K to the E, double L-I-E. I would not allow my mama to live out there in the middle of nowhere with some security cameras that didn't work in a neighborhood that was on acres and acres of land with no freaking lights. No, ma'am. No, sir. Wouldn't do it.
When we're talking about this case in the last few days, we've seen some ring footage of a street. And obviously it sounds like outside of that kind of 2-mile radius that the Pima County Sheriff's Department was kind of really focused on when it comes to video. Obviously, they're asking for video beyond that as well, anything suspicious. But right now, we don't really know the relevance of this video. And it's kind of tough to tell what car is driving by. I mean, do you think this could help the case?
So one of the things you do in a case is try to capture any movement through cameras, through license plate readers, whatever it might be, in sort of a critical zone of, approximately what time the guy at the front door arrives at the house. You approximately know what time Nancy's pacemaker stops receiving a signal.
Bring it.
And so, that's obviously a critical time of potential movement, both of the bad guy and Nancy.
Now, some of you were also saying that you did not believe that Nancy Guthrie ever came back to the house after the family function. Guys, that's impossible, because the pacemaker device that she has at her home reconnected to her, okay? And then later on, when them fools came to her house, it became disconnected again. So Nancy Guthrie, in my opinion, guys, I could be wrong, guys, put it in the comments, that device hooked back up to Nancy when she came back from the family function and came in through the garage. This whole case is weird.
And so anything that you can capture, because how many people in this part of Tucson are driving around at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning? Probably not a lot of people. And so just capturing every vehicle you can within a reasonable proximity. And so what you can do is, if you do come up with a car, but let's say you just have a side shot of it, which would be pretty typical off a doorbell camera, you then may be able to piece that together with license plate readers or other cameras that would be shooting the direction that this car was allegedly traveling. So there might be a way you could piece it together where the actual doorbell camera video may not help you a whole lot, other than maybe to possibly ID what type of car.
When we think about the DNA analysis, we've heard so many times that is still taking place. What do you make of the fact that we really don't have any updates on the front when it comes to DNA?
Well, the problem with DNA, obviously, is that you have to have DNA of the bad guy. And would they, if they had decent DNA, did they run it through CODIS? Probably. I think they said they did. Because they've talked about 2 potential DNAs, one in the house and one in a glove they found some distance from the house. I'm going to assume, because they haven't said anything about either one of those DNAs, that A, they have them, but B, they can't match them to anybody because that person is not in the databases readily available. Now, they also can take those 2 DNAs and start plugging them in to genetic genealogy. In other words, these genealogy sites where people sign up to run down relatives, etc. That could have potential in building family trees of those 2 DNAs. The real question is that even the bad guy? They could.
In other words, guys, this shit is about to take all day. That's what that means. It's about to take all day. And I have heard other people say that this is a great possibility. We might not ever find out what happened to Nancy Guthrie. And this is weird. And I just finished saying this, guys, and I'm sorry I'm having a nose itch. Anyway, this might take long. This might take a long time. This might take a long time, and it's weird and it's sad. And I know, guys, when you're looking back on stuff, especially if something like this to this magnitude happened, and you be like, coulda, woulda, shoulda. And I said this before, guys, I believe that damn reward money was too low. It was too low, guys. And I believe that if we would have started off at $1 million and increased it, we probably would have Nancy Guthrie back today. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Put it in the comments what you believe, because guys, Savannah Guthrie was worth $40 million. So $1 million ain't shit. And I tell you what, guys, if that was my mama, I would have put it all on the line. If you could show me some proof of life that my mother is still alive, I'm talking to my mother on video. You got her, you kidnapped her, we're on video, and she's responding back to me. Yeah. Take it all. Bring me my mama. Take this 40 million. Give me my mama back. I don't give two hot boo-boos about money. Give me my mama back. That's what I want. Show me proof of life and give me my doggone mama back and stop playing mofo games. That's what you need to do.
Guthrie inside this speeding car. A Ring camera not far from her home captured this video the night of her kidnapping. The video comes as Savannah Guthrie posts a new plea on social media, vowing that her $1 million reward will be paid in cash.
Was Nancy Guthrie in this car, caught on a Ring surveillance camera the night she was kidnapped? Video obtained by Fox Digital shows a dozen cars triggering the camera's motion detectors as they sped by in the hours after her abduction. But this one is getting intense attention. It was taken at 2:36 a.m. That's 48 minutes after the kidnapped suspect was caught on camera at Nancy's front door. It's also 8 minutes after her pacemaker disconnected from her cell phone, which is the moment she is thought to have been taken from her house. The Ring camera is located here, 2.5 miles from Nancy's home. The car is thought to be a Kia Soul based on its slanting roof.
Okay. Let's rewind this just a little bit, guys. Okay, I'm going to rewind this a little bit, guys. Okay. I don't know a whole lot about cars, okay? I don't. I can tell you I got a piece of shit car here in California where I work. I do not live here, guys. I work here, okay? I got a piece of shit car here, okay? There is no way I'm going to be taking that piece of shit car to go kidnap somebody, okay? With that being said, I hope these dumb mofos didn't take their own vehicle to kidnap Nancy Guthrie, okay? Because if they did, it's going to be easy to track him back, okay? The whole thing in a nutshell, guys, and I said this the other day, and somebody said, who cares what color the car is? Guys, why would you take a very light color car, white, in the desert, in the middle of the night, okay? Glowing like a damn Christmas tree. Why would you take a light color car in the desert in the middle of the night to kidnap somebody? And why would you take a Kia? Okay? If there was a high-speed car chase, your ass will be caught before the next street over. Okay? You don't kidnap nobody with this kind of bullcrap car. Look at this, guys, look at it, okay? And you do not bring a light color car to kidnap somebody. You have a dark color car, black, burgundy, dark color cars. You don't bring no white car. As soon as it pull up to the house, everybody and their mama looking. I don't care if it's 2-something in the morning. Everybody and their mama looking. And if there's a bunch of older people in that neighborhood, guys, older people, that's all they do. Stay up in the middle of the night and look out the freaking window. Okay? You would have got caught. You would have got caught. Okay? So put it in the comments, guys. Do you think this is the damn car? Who would be dumb enough to bring this type of car? A slow-ass Kia, and it's all white. Put it in the comments, guys. Tell me what you think, guys. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And if you can find it in your heart to give me a donation, I would greatly appreciate it. If you don't got it, then guess what? You ain't got it. And I ain't worried about it, because I ain't going nowhere. But this is some bullcrap. This is a bullcrap car. This is a bullcrap car.
On its slanting roof. The Pima County Sheriff's Office says it is actively reviewing the new lead. And today, Savannah Guthrie reposted a Today Show segment explaining how the $1 million reward can be claimed anonymously and in cash.
Too late.
No matter who you are, you can call the tip in, you can get the reward without anyone knowing.
In her message today, Savannah added, "Please be the one that brings her home. Tips can be anonymous. Reward can be paid in cash."
We are blowing on the embers of hope.
She also reposted that gut-wrenching appeal, but some experts say the investigation may be stalled.
We've never really seen a case quite like this. I mean, not since the Lindbergh baby kidnapping. So there's no precedent for how long it might take to actually get some answers. It is entirely possible that we will never have the answer.
Sunday marks 1 month since Nancy Guthrie was taken.
We need to know where she is.
Start with the latest breaking news just now, and that's the Savannah repost of that short clip on the Today Show.
This is sad.
Emphasizing you can stay anonymous and there's a way to retrieve the reward that would keep you untraceable. Fitz, your thoughts on that?
Sure, and this is a very smart move to make. And we talked early on, Megan, what was it, 3 weeks ago now, put some level of humanity onto Nancy Guthrie. Now the humanity part is being put on Savannah and her family. They want their mother back.
Of course.
And they're basically saying, in any condition here, here's the $1 million. I know, yeah, by the way, no strings attached. You can get it without any. I'm not sure if you have to pay taxes on it or not, if the government takes something out up front, but who cares about it?
And you know what, guys? One of you actually said on yesterday's video that Savannah Guthrie, it seems like she was begging. And yes, she was begging. And that you wouldn't have done that because that's what the kidnappers want. They want to see her beg. And guess what? I would have been begging my ass off too. Bring my mofo mama back and bring her back today. Okay? I said this earlier, guys. I believe that if Savannah Guthrie and her family would have given that $1 million a little bit earlier when they found out she was missing, then we would have got Nancy Guthrie back. That's what I believe. Okay? Savannah Guthrie is worth $40 million. Why are we sitting up here talking about $1 million, guys? That ain't shit. That ain't shit. Okay? I would have given my last dime to get my mother back as long as I knew that my mother was still with us. And I understand they wanted proof of life. They weren't given that. I understand that. But I believe if the reward was up to $1 million from the get-go, we would have got Nancy Guthrie back. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments what you think. Please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. What do you think, guys? I think we are a day late and $1 short up in this camp. That's what I think.
About that, but it's going to be a substantial amount, close to $1 million, perhaps in cash, and that is going to be a strong incentive. So where the early on stage was humanizing the mom, now it's humanizing us. We realize things may have gone bad in so many words they're intimating, but at least give us our mom back and let the family have closure on this. There'd be nothing worse, of course. I've interviewed parents of little kids who have gone missing and have never returned. That's probably the worst.
Oh my God.
But even having any loved one, such as a parent, that you can't somehow have closure, put them in their resting spot and have the final rights, et cetera, that has to be tough too. So it's $1 million is probably easy for them to put up, and they mean it. They mean it with all their heart. They really want their mother back. And I'm hoping someone out there, one or two people involved in this, can look at this and have some element of their heart. Just say, you know what, we can do this in a tricky sort of way. Let's just make this phone call, go pick this money up, and then go from there. And I hope that person is listening. And if there's any little bit of a heart that they have, they follow through.
Maureen, here's the clip that Savannah reposted just now. So what she thinks is the most salient part of her nearly 2-minute video she dropped the other day.
Break it down.
But we need to know where she is.
Say it.
We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million.
Boom. You been should have did that.
For any information that leads us to her recovery. All of the information about this reward and the details is in the caption below. You can call the 1-800-TIP line. You can be anonymous if you want.
This is sad and a mofo.
Someone out there knows something.
Y'all know.
That can bring her home.
You do. Stop playing.
Somebody knows.
Yes.
We are begging you to please come forward now.
Exactly.
She captioned it, "Please bring her home. You can be anonymous." So if memory serves, what was omitted there from the first video that this was clipped from are discussions of the agony the family's been in and references to their understanding that she may no longer be with us. She may be with Savannah's dad, with Nancy's parents in heaven. So sort of all that humanizing stuff, like about Nancy and about the family taken out and boiling it down to bring her home. You can be anonymous. And here's $1 million.
It should have been
it's
more.
Haunting, really, and it worked on me. I can tell you that. I mean, I could.
First of all, and I've said this in other videos, there were a bunch of rich people living in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Why did you pick a freaking celebrity mom? The microsecond she went missing, every social media platform would have ate that up. And why are you sending ransom letters to TMZ? So I am starting to think, are you trying to get your 15 minutes worth of fame or your 1 month worth of fame? That is weird. All the rich people in that neighborhood, why did you pick her? Why did you pick her? A lot of people are speculating, guys, and this is just speculation, that there was a great possibility maybe somebody had something against Savannah Guthrie, and you cannot tell me that Savannah is not blaming herself. It probably is allegedly because of her celebrity status that her mama is missing, okay? And I heard how she was begging, and I would have begged too. Bring me my mofo mama back and bring her back now. How many more millions of dollars do you want to bring me my mama back? I need to know it so I can pay it. Okay? Enough with the BS games. Bring me my mama back and bring me my mama back now. Okay? Bring her back. Okay? And guys, I don't know how you feel about your mamas. I don't know. Some of you, I ain't gonna be begging because that's what they want. Guess what? If that's what you want, that's what you about to get. I'm going to beg to get my mofo mama back. I am about to beg your ass to bring me my mama back. That's what we about to do. You want to hear me begging? It's about to go down in Funky Town. I'm about to beg your ass for my mama back. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. What do you think? How you feel? I don't know. Some of you shit. I don't know what kind of mama you got. Okay? But my mama, I would have gave my last damn dime and somebody else's dime too to get my damn mama back. That's what it would have happened.
Feel her broken heart through that message.
It's horrible.
And to Fitz's point, I think it's the right thing to do right now. And if they can get him that money anonymously, good for them. They're going to have to produce Nancy some way, somehow before that. And, you know, my advice is take the money and run. If this is who you are and this is what you did, get that money, take that money, and just good luck to you.
Can I ask you this, Savannah, in all these videos, you've sort of seen her. We talked about the fact that the one day she decided to put her makeup on, you know, like the first couple of videos, she clearly didn't have any makeup on. Her eyes were so puffy from all the crying. This was right after Nancy was taken.
It's sad.
And that obviously was a choice. And then I thought it was a good sign. She did one with her makeup on, like she was kind of coming back to life, putting on her armor, you know, which makeup can be for a woman, especially.
Look here. The double freak with some makeup. Take it or leave it. Dry lips, baggy eyes, snot in my nose, whatever the case may be. I'm not about to put on no damn show. I want my mama back. I don't need no damn makeup on, lips dry, then a mofo, face puffy, then a mofo. I'm begging your ass to bring my mama back. I don't give two shits about no makeup. And that is the message Savannah was bringing to the table. Okay? And then you had a sister on there, Annie was on there, the brother was on there, and you can tell that they were distraught. Okay, the brother looked like he could rip somebody's damn head off. They are distraught. They want their damn mama back. Now, Annie, everybody was saying there was a great possibility that Tommaso might have been involved with the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. We really don't know, guys. But it looks like Annie was distraught too. In my opinion, it looks like it, guys. Who knows? This whole case is weird. They said Nancy Guthrie's home was the cheapest home and the smallest home in the whole mofo neighborhood. Why would you pick that house? Out of all the houses up in there, why would you pick that house? That's what makes me think that there's a great possibility somebody had something against Savannah Guthrie. Okay? And the second I would have got my mama back, if I was Savannah Guthrie, I would have told her today's show, I ain't coming back. I'm not coming back. Because next thing you know, it's going to be her kids. Okay, she going to be looking for her damn kids, so somebody done kidnapped her damn kids. That's weird. That's weird, guys. Give me your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. This is weird.
The woman who's on camera every day, that's how you're used to seeing yourself.
Yep.
And here too, she's got a little makeup on. Her eyes are bloodshot. I mean, clearly this woman has been doing nonstop crying. And I wonder if that kind of thing, Fitz, is coordinated with the FBI. Like your look, if Savannah wanted to go full glam and put in the Visine and get rid of the red and like not be super up close to the camera. I mean, she knows full well that like this super up close shot is not the most flattering thing ever on any of us. She's doing all this, I think, for a reason. There's no way none of this is like, this is just happenstance. I believe it's all calculated. And what do you think the discussion sounds like behind the scenes on that?
Yeah, I've been in these multiple times in my profiling career, advising people how to go before a camera or put out some kind of a message in some way. I obviously didn't get into the makeup category with if it's a woman doing that, but certainly more importantly, the words to choose and the overall demeanor or persona you're going to present on camera or in some kind of a public speaking situation where you're looking for someone or someone.
All right, they rambling. They rambling. That's what they doing right now. Okay, now I would let you guide me in my words if you the FBI, you the po-po, whatever the case may be, because you have more experience in this arena than I do. I'll let you guide me all damn day long on what I need to say. But when you talking about putting on some damn makeup, the hell with that. I want those kidnappers to see that I am distraught and I'm begging you for my mofo mama back. That's what I want you to see. I'm not gonna be listening to you. Oh, well, Kelly, I think you need to put on some lip gloss and some makeup and some foundation and some eyelashes. The hell with that. The hell with that.
Please keep praying without ceasing. We still believe. We still believe.
This is sad and
in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
Please let her come home. It's weird.
Hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope.
Savannah Guthrie praying for a miracle and the return of her mother, Nancy. The Guthrie family upping the reward to find Nancy to $1 million this week.
But we need to know where she is.
Exactly. Where is she?
We need her to come home.
The man suspected of taking Nancy Guthrie from her home spotted not only on the doorbell camera that morning, but also in a photo from a previous day. Authorities confirming to News Nation that the suspect appeared to have visited Guthrie's home before the kidnapping.
Who is it?
On Wednesday, a flurry of activity at Nancy's home. At 9:15 local, 2 unmarked white vehicles arrive. But it would be a short trip, with both vehicles not spending much time at the house. At 9:41, the final white SUV can be seen leaving Guthrie's home, spending less than 30 minutes inside. At 10:08, 2 black SUVs arrive on scene. At least 6 people would exit the vehicle and enter the Guthrie house from the garage. Later, they would inspect the backyard. At 10:20, investigators speak amongst themselves outside the Guthrie home. About 2 hours later, at approximately 12:05 p.m., they would leave the Guthrie residence for good. 3 hours, 4 SUVs, at least 8 investigators, a final sweep for evidence. What were they looking for inside the home? What clues remain? Sources confirming to News Nation that DNA found inside Nancy Guthrie's home was only a partial sample and was not viable for the CODIS DNA database. The other major piece of evidence, the glove that was found. The glove that looks similar to the one used by the suspect.
Okay, guys, there were so many damn gloves found out there, it was weird. And that's what I'm saying, guys. Believe me when I say, I like when the YouTubers go out there and stand out there. If the Popo and the FBI allow their ass to stand out there and contaminate the crime scene, then so mofo be it. But I've said this in other videos, and I'm going to say it again. If I was in charge of that case, there is no way in hell you'd have been standing right outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. Okay? Her road was a 2-way street. Okay? The Popo and the FBI locked that down where it was only a 1-way street. But still, and then they also restricted the parking. But still, there were still some YouTubers out there. God bless them, guys, because without them, I wouldn't have no content. God bless them. But I don't think that's right. They don't need to be standing out there contaminating the crime scene. And it's sloppy police work. And I don't like to say bad things about the police, but this was some sloppy police work. All of these gloves that was just disposed of. They found 16 gloves was just disposed of. Okay, and then you got people who don't need to be out there. You got neighbors, you got YouTubers, you got news media, you got social media, all out there contaminating the crime scene. And to me, that's delaying finding out who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. The timeline is all jacked up now because too many people were allowed right there at her home. Instead of being right there at the entryway, acres and acres away. I wouldn't have let them stand out there if I was in charge of the scene. No, you could not be out there. You couldn't be out there, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments what you think. Type of 1 if you believe they should be allowed out there, and type of 2 if you believe no, they should not be allowed out there. They shouldn't have. People, YouTubers, flew the fuck in. They flew in to stand in the freaking driveway. They had pizzas being delivered, soda, potato chips. Gifts were being sent to Nancy Guthrie's house. To YouTubers. That's inappropriate as fuck. That's inappropriate.
From the doorbell camera, entered into CODIS, but did not produce a match. So what happens next? Can genetic genealogists use DNA from the glove to connect it to a suspect? Similar to how DNA was taken from the knife sheath, the crime scene, to connect Brian Kohberger to the University of Idaho murders. Genealogists say it could take upwards of a year. Wow. And that's if they are able to isolate the mixed DNA sample. Then a match only can be made if a family member is in the database. 1 month to the day since Nancy Guthrie was last seen, authorities still searching, still looking for clues. Many questions remain, many questions unanswered.
This is sad.
Anyway, so I'm sitting here thinking that Mrs. Guthrie has been missing for 10 days.
1 month.
And this whole case
Break
is
it down.
so suspicious to me.
Weird.
And I feel like between you and I, we could have probably solved this like 5 days ago now. First of all, let's go back to the beginning.
Break it down, Granny.
So she Ubers to her daughter's house. She's 84 years old with limited mobility.
Boom.
She lives 4 minutes away from her daughter's house.
Boom.
And they let her Uber? That's suspicious to me right there.
Weird.
Number 2, they drive her home at 9:48 and open the garage door for 2 minutes. The woman has, if if an 84-year-old with limited mobility
Break it down.
has to get out of the car and walk in through the garage, I think it would take more than 2 minutes. And who had access to the garage door?
Break it down, Miss Judith.
And anyway.
Break it down, Miss Judith.
So she walks in, 2 minutes. It takes her 2 minutes to get from the car inside the garage door. I don't, something fishy with that. All right. And then at 1:48 or so, and I might have the minutes wrong.
You got it right. Break it down.
At 1:48, somebody removes the door ring bell camera. Okay. But then at 2:41 or 2:21, half hour later, there's movement. So how is there movement on the camera if they have already removed it?
Whoa.
Is it just me?
Whoa.
Okay. So now she's gone.
Whoa.
And she left her phone.
Did Miss Judith just tell us something? Okay, unless they're talking about there was movement before they smashed the cameras. And I've said this before, guys. Who breaks into somebody's house? And they're claiming they never been there before. Who breaks into somebody's house? You don't even know how many cameras to smash. Okay? You think Miss Nancy gonna sit up there and say, "Oh, baby, you only smashed 3 cameras. There's 2 more down the hall there." No, that makes absolutely no sense. That's how I know you've been there before, because you know how many cameras to smash. Now, Miss Judith's corner. She made an interesting statement. She did. This is weird. Nobody is going to break in the damn house. You don't know how many cameras to smash. I've been said that. Come on, break it down.
Her cane, her medicine, everything else behind, but there's blood at the front door.
Weird.
Well, I believe that whoever took her forcefully or
not sure about that.
Injured.
Miss Judith, not sure about that.
Why not take all her things? And then a half hour later, her heart monitor stops working. Okay, so is the heart monitor not hooked up to someone? Like a daughter,
it should have been
a doctor.
It should have been
an app somewhere
it
that somebody can, say, "Oh, hey, my mom, her heart monitor just stopped. Maybe I should check in on her." No,
let me tell you what's going on here. Miss Nancy Guthrie had been living at that house for 50 freaking years, and nothing like this, nothing to this magnitude has never ever happened in that neighborhood, and she was comfortable than a mofo. And because she got comfortable, that made her a target. And I will always believe somebody came in through the back door. Okay, I don't know if Miss Nancy left it unlocked by mistake, or whatever the case may be, forgot to lock it back, whatever the case may be. Or I don't know, allegedly, when Tommaso drove her home, allegedly, did he go into the house too and unlock the back door? Because this is the thing people do with older people. Okay? You drop them off, you go in the house, just case out the place real quickly. He could have easily unlocked the door, allegedly, guys. I'm not trying to be sued, guys. Everything is an allegation. I don't care what YouTube channel you watch, because none of us was up in that mofo. But did he unlock the back door, knowing he was going to come back later? Is that what happens? Or that would happen, shall I say? Okay. And did he, on purpose, him and Annie, allegedly, did they stop paying that Nest Cam bill, that monitoring camera, on purpose, because they knew this is what they were going to do? because it makes no sense to break in a house you've never been there before, smashing cameras and stealing old ladies in the middle of the freaking night on acres and acres of land. It's weird.
Nobody does that. The following day, when she doesn't show up to a at-home church service at her friend's house,
break it down.
The friend calls
Miss Judith, break it
the
down.
daughter. So the question is, does she normally go to her friend's house on
Yes,
Sunday?
she does.
Does she take an Uber? Does she drive?
I
does
don't
she
know.
get picked up? No answers. No answers there. Okay. And then today, 12 days later, they
A
are
month
just
later.
now taking DNA from the houses. So now the police have been in, the FBI have been in,
Yes,
people
ma'am.
have been in and out,
Break it
reporters have
down.
been in. 100 people have been walking, traipsing through the house.
Yes.
And they're just now, 10 days later, finding DNA. And well, I'm
Break
sure
it
that
down.
DNA
Miss
belongs to
Judith.
somebody that's been in there, but not the perpetrators.
Break it down, Miss Judith.
Okay, let's move on. So they get a ransom note, and the daughter, who's a gazillionaire, doesn't offer any of her own money. She doesn't offer. She's got $40 million, and she doesn't say, you know what, I'm going to put up $1 million for anyone to return my mother. No, she doesn't do that. The FBI posts a $2,500 bail at first.
What?
$2,500. I mean, most people would give that.
Okay, I didn't hear about the $2,500. But Miss Judith got a point. Savannah, you're a freaking gazillionaire, just like she said. Why didn't you put up the $1 million from the get-go, out the gate? We might not be dealing with this right about now. Break it down, Miss Judith.
For their dog. And secondly, another $50,000, which I think the FBI
It's weird.
posted also.
Yes.
I didn't hear Savannah Guthrie say, I will take some of my $40 million and I will post a bond, a bail,
yes,
or,
ma'am.
A reward for my mother.
Well,
all suspicious. Very suspicious.
Very.
Anyway, is it me, or then they searched the perimeter, but not until 5 days later.
There you go.
Then they find another camera on the roof, not until a couple days later.
Break it down,
I mean,
Miss
what kind of
Judith.
people are running this show? And the sheriff is at a football game, while the investigation is going on.
Hold up, Miss Judith. Hold up. Are we saying the sheriff's life has to be on hold just because she a celebrity mama? Is that what we saying? Okay, if she had been a regular person, a regular mama, every time he got a case, he got to put his life on hold. He can't even go to a damn game. I disagree. Okay, I think we just saying this because she's a celebrity mom and his life got to be on hold because she is a celebrity mom. If she was a regular mama, we wouldn't be saying this. I don't give two shits he went to a game because guess what? He got 400 more men and women working under his behind. So as long as somebody was on the case, if that was my mama, I wouldn't give two hot boo-boos. Because you got 400 other people working for you. So I disagree, Miss Judith, but I appreciate your commentary. I disagree when you talk about the sheriff. I really do. I think he is doing a decent job because nothing really of this magnitude has ever happened in that area before.
I don't know what the hell is going on, but honestly,
don't
watching
curse.
the Guthrie kidnapping
Don't curse, Miss Judith.
24/7 on every channel is getting a little old.
Breaking news.
This shit done dried up.
JLR investigates.
It done dried up.
JLR investigates.
Thank you,
Come on in,
JLR.
folks. Back out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Day 27, folks.
29.
Where is Nancy Guthrie?
Everybody
Day
gone.
27. Come on in, folks. We're going to do continuous coverage,
Thank you, JLR.
continuous boots on the ground, and see what happens today. Out front of the home here, it's pretty quiet here. First light. We're one of the first people out here sharing what's
It's
going on.
dried
There's
up.
other people still out here too.
Cold case like a
People all over the
mofo.
place. I know a lot of people still want to know what is going on with this case. Some wackadoodle last night got arrested right here at this spot. Strange, bizarre incident. Who knows who that guy is or what that
It
what
done
that was
dried
about.
up.
Some
Dried
DUI
up.
arrest. Let me spin the camera around. Let me get my feed set up. Just give me a minute or two, and then we'll get this broadcast started. Day 27. Day 27.
29.
We're still here. We're going to be doing some call-ins today, bringing public awareness. Got the tent up. We got the tent up. One deputy out here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home.
The
Who's going to
media
arrive to the home
has
today
dried up.
remains to be seen. Started out bright and early, parked up the street. Some, I think the feds are going door to door, maybe in the next neighborhood, very, very soon. Footage, surveillance footage captured a white Kia Soul, 2:36
That's
a.m.
weird.
Going over there on Campbell, on the other side of Campbell in the adjacent neighborhood, zooming away. Or was they just driving by? Who was in the Kia Soul? Who in the heck was in the Kia Soul? It's going to be another hot day here in the Catalina foothills of Tucson. Say north of Tucson. This is Tucson, still considered a Tucson address. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie
has dried up.
was kidnapped.
Cold case.
Or will we say vanished?
Cold case.
Out of this home.
Sad.
That you see right here. All right, we got it set up. Vanished, kidnapped, taken. Maybe it's a homicide. February 1st in the early morning hours, this home right here, the Catalina foothills. 5820 Camino Escalante. That is the address. 5820 Camino Escalante by an unknown male, multiple males. We still don't know who is involved. We still don't know how it happened. We still don't know what transpired inside that home there.
Horrific.
We don't know a lot. Reason being, the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, doesn't give press conferences, doesn't give updates, doesn't give a lot of information out anymore. A lot of discrepancies in the prior.
Look, guys, I love JLR investigates. I love it. Okay? What the hell he got to give an update for when your monkey ass is out there? He don't got to give no damn updates. You the hell out there. Guys, it done dried up there, and I believe that there's a great possibility that this is now a cold case. Okay? Go ahead and put it in the comments, guys. What do you think? Go ahead and put it in the comments, guys. And if you can find it in your heart to give me a small donation, I would greatly appreciate it. If you ain't got it, guess what? You ain't got it, and I ain't worried about it. I appreciate you being on here with my monkey behind. That's what I appreciate. Okay, guys, we are on the road to having 4,500 subscribers, and I thank each and every one of you. There is no way you could have told me last year that I would have this many damn subscribers, so I thank each and every one of you for this. Okay, I am getting paid by YouTube, and I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. Even if you sit up here and only watch for 1 minute, I greatly appreciate that. Okay, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Press conferences.
It's dried up.
Are you guys getting tired of this?
It's weird.
You want answers?
Find her.
I think we all want answers. We are 100% invested in this case, and We want to know what happened to Nancy.
What happened?
Where's Nancy?
Where's she at?
Where is Nancy? What
Where
happened?
is she? Exactly.
This home here soon will probably have occupants, maybe not, given back to the Guthrie
They
family.
already did that.
Home here. Now, things happened yesterday. A lot of pretty heavy, busy day in this area. There was multiple people here, from Comcast Business to a man in a red truck who we refer to as the gardener. Multiple SUVs. The media is now reporting that someone was in the back of that Wagoneer, that white SUV. Someone was in the back ducking, holding their head down, while a man was driving who was in the back of that SUV. We had law enforcement here.
It done dried
It
up.
looks like that they're preparing to do this home for something. Some man also came and put ladders all over the home, doing some drilling stuff, surveillance possibly, adding security.
Like, we don't know what a drill sound
Maybe
like.
Comcast adding security, maybe
It's
giving
weird.
cable.
Thank you, JLR.
But what are they preparing the house for? To someone to live in there? To sell?
They're
To
not selling
monitor
that.
remotely? What's going to happen once?
I'm going to tell you something that did happen. Whoever did this, whether it's one person, two people, whatever the case may be, however many damn people it was, they've been back to that crime scene. They've been out there with JLR investigate. They've been there. They have been there, standing out there with all those people. And guys, you cannot tell me that this case is not dried up. Because look, JLR is out there by his damn self and a couple of other people, and that's it. Okay? It has dried up. And unfortunately, it looks like it has become a cold case, okay? Even though he is trying to say that it's not, it looked cold and a mofo out there, because I don't care what time of day he used to be out there. When she first turned up missing, everybody and their mama was already out there, okay? But now it looks like it has dried the hell up. You cannot tell me that the person or the persons responsible for this have not been out there with JLR. Shit, we don't know. He probably interviewed the mofo. We don't know. They've been out there before. Standing around out there with the YouTubers, with the social media, with the news people. They've been out there already.
The house is officially taken back by the Guthrie family.
Good.
The guy hands the house over. Pima County Sheriff Department hands the house over. What's going to happen out here? We have a Grown Memorial still out here. A lot of flowers and a lot of things going on. So we'll see where this goes. Very disturbing that the FBI obtained surveillance from a white Kia Soul that zoomed about we'll just say roughly 2 miles away. It's a little outside that perimeter that they were talking about here, seeking surveillance, but 2.5 miles away. It's awfully strange, ladies and gentlemen, that they were obtaining this for the very first time, almost 4 weeks, almost a month into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Why didn't the FBI or Pima County Sheriff?
Okay, guys, we're in fluff mode right now. We fluffing some shit up. That's what we doing. And I'm not going to sit here and finish watching this, even though I love his channel. I love everything that he does. Guys, this shit seems like it done dried up. Go ahead and comment, guys. What do you think? It seems like it's dried up. It seems like now it is a freaking cold case up in this camp.
Yeah, claro, no,
Guys, they are grabbing at mofo straws right about now. So what? Somebody had a DUI and they arrested him. It's as big as man arrested for suspected DUI after passing Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home up to 100 times. Up to 100 times what? The freaking speed limit? Or are they saying he went by the house over 100 times? I don't know, guys. We are pulling at mofo straws right about now in this case. And guys, you cannot tell me that this case is not cold and a mofo. It's cold. Let's listen to this, but this is a bunch of BS. This has nothing to do with nothing. Nothing to do with nothing. I don't think anyway. I could be wrong, and I'm sure if I'm wrong, guys, one of you mofo gonna tell me about it. Guys, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I don't know. Does he look like the guy who's been at the front door, fumbling around? He kind of looks like. You don't look like he got a worry in the mofo world. We grabbing that straws, guys. That's what we got to do. Put it in the comments. We are grabbing that straws in this kidnapping situation.
Does he have his keys really? So we're gonna head out to Campbell, just go south.
You know, the first guy that they caught, I shouldn't say caught, apprehended, detained, whatever the hell you want to call it, that first person, Carlos, he is probably going to sue. Okay, because they went into his house, they banged up his damn security door. They took his cell phones, took his computers, you know, had him all on social media, had him all on the news. You know, that's defamation of character. Then they let him go. Guys, it's just crazy. If he doesn't have a lawsuit, he need to get one. But I'm going to tell you what, you ain't going to get paid a dime, Mr. Carlos, until you take that smile off your damn face. You need to look a little more distraught up in this camp to get some dollar bills, y'all. Okay? Guys, this case has dried the hell up. It has dried the hell up, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I believe if Savannah Guthrie would have came hard with that reward money, over $1 million, we would have got Nancy Guthrie back today. But instead, all we getting back is an empty house and some memories, and this shit is sad than a mofo. It's sad because, number one, this didn't even have to happen. It did not even have to happen. And because it did, okay, it happened, it went down, y'all sat up there and kidnapped a celebrity mother. If Savannah Guthrie and her family would have came hard with that reward money, we would have got Nancy Guthrie back, in my opinion. This is my opinion, guys. The views expressed in these videos are my opinions and my opinions alone, guys. Tell me what the hell you think. This looked like a cold case, like a mofo. That's what it looked like to me. Okay? I don't believe this DUI guy got anything to do with the Nancy Guthrie case.
We're back. It's 8:46, and this is a special Today Food in honor of Mother's Day this Sunday. I am thrilled to welcome a very talented cook to our kitchen.
Oh, yes.
One I know well, my mom, Nancy Guthrie, and she is here to share one of her famous dinners: fried chicken, spoon bread, Kentucky Wonders or green beans, and red applesauce. Hi, Mom.
Break it down, Nancy.
I'm ready.
This is something I really remember you making all during our growing up.
Oh, yes, but it was on a special
That look good, Nancy.
Because it takes time.
Oh, it takes all day.
Okay. So this won't be one of those easy at-home recipes.
No.
Okay, tell me about what we have.
Not very healthy either.
Okay, that's fine. Not healthy and not easy.
No.
Now tell me about what's in our ingredient
Basically,
grid.
you want to start with your chicken.
Yeah.
And
It's
get
a
a
sad.
3-pound cut up.
Yeah.
Chicken. Don't get one of those 5-pound roasters, or the meat's too tough. Then you have your cracker meal and your flour, which you're going to mix together, buttermilk and eggs.
Okay.
And there's your oil.
I should mention the peanut gallery is downstairs ready to taste your chicken, so they'll be weighing in.
Delicious.
We are
Nancy,
already in heaven.
It's already great.
Oh,
They're
good.
already loving it. Okay, what's our first step?
So, well, you just want to mix your cracker meal in with your flour.
Okay.
Here you've got some salt,
Sad.
pepper, and a little paprika for flavor. So
Okay.
You want to do that?
Sure.
Just throw it right in there.
Yeah.
And then we just
Anyway, guys, of course, this was recorded 9 years ago before Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. Okay? And my whole thing in a nutshell is some weird mofo looking at this and saying, hey, I'm going to kidnap her one day. When I look at stuff like this, I be thinking, okay, it's some weird mofo looking at this and saying, oh yeah, I'm going to kidnap her one day. Okay? Because at this point, I am thinking it's a great possibility maybe the reason why Nancy was kidnapped was because of the celebrity status that her daughter had. I don't know, guys. This is strange.
Kind of mix it around like that.
All right, so that's kind of our batter. And then what's this over here?
Oh, that's your flour and cracker. Oh,
Okay.
these are the eggs, of
Sad.
course, and this is buttermilk. So you want to add your buttermilk there.
Okay.
And stir it up.
All right.
Good.
You're whisking your eggs.
Nancy cooking her ass off. And I know Savannah is probably looking at video. I could not look at no video like this and my mama gone. I could not do it, guys. But I'm thinking maybe a weird mofo looked at stuff like this and said, I'm going to kidnap her. Guys, put it in the comments. What do you think about this? This is weird. The chicken look good in a mofo. I'm going to tell you that right now. The chicken look good in a mofo.
Yeah, and that's what you want. That's what you want. So then you take your chicken. This
Break it down,
Wait, let's
Nancy.
back up a minute. Why do we shake it in the bag like
Well,
this?
it just gives it.
Come on,
gives-
Savannah,
gets
you ain't
all
that
over.
slow,
See?
are you?
Okay.
This has been done already.
Savannah,
so
you
see how
slow
that
like
is?
that?
Yeah.
So then you dip it into a hot, hot oil. I use Crisco, and see how it's sizzling.
Yes.
And when you want to make sure your grease is hot, you just do a dip of water like that, and it'll bubble up.
It should bubble up a
There's
little bit.
thermometers on this, so we know it. We know it's hot.
Okay, you used vegetable oil.
I use Crisco. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Vegetable,
Break it
but I
down,
like to
Nancy.
add a little grease. Bacon grease, if you have
that
it.
chicken.
Okay. That just gives it a little more flavor.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Adding a little bacon grease, that's sort of the trick, gives it that.
Well, it just gives it a little more flavor to
Okay.
it instead of just the plain. Yeah, good. So this is the finished product.
Uh-huh.
And
Let me see.
see how crispy it is?
It is. It looks delicious. So how long am I doing on each side?
Oh, okay. Well, you it's probably
Savannah
you just
on the
watch
slow
it. Now, it's
side.
going to take a while. You don't want to
That's what
turn
we
it over and
dealing with
over.
here.
You just let
Savannah
it
is on the
fry
slow
like
side.
that. And then when you think it's brown,
You know what, guys? I must admit, chicken, when you first start cooking, guys, chicken is the hardest thing to do. Chicken is the hardest thing to do. But I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking somebody weird was looking at this shit. And that's why she's missing today.
together, and it's just something that we used to do. So
Okay.
these apples, somebody said, well,
That's
you know,
apples?
these are fresh apples cut up.
What the hell?
And you know, the trick to make them red is the
Look like
little
no
red
apple to me.
hots.
Those little
You know,
cinnamon
those little
candies.
cinnamon candies.
Yeah.
You stick them in there.
Okay.
Have you tried the apples downstairs?
Amazing.
Delicious.
I didn't know
Like
they were
those
red
damn
hot
apples to
candies.
me.
That's amazing.
Red hot
That is a
candies.
delicious treat.
And then the
Wow.
green beans are, you know, Dad always grew them and he called them Kentucky Wonders, but you want to get them fresh. You want to string them. It's something.
Anyway, guys, this happened during a happier time. It happened during a happier time, guys. Put it in the comments. Do you think this case is cold? Do you think we will ever find out what happened to Nancy Guthrie?
Arizona, because you know my
Yes.
mom and dad both grew up in
Yes.
Kentucky.
We did.
So
We
good.
Food look good in a
Comfort
mofo.
food.
Oh,
It's
good.
spoon bread.
Really, it's perfect for today on a cold, kind of dreary day.
Guys, this case is getting stranger by the minute, okay? The Nancy Guthrie case. And guys, I'm going to go on a limb and say that I believe, and I've said this before, I believe that the family was ruled out too soon. But they were ruled out by the sheriff's department, guys. They were not ruled out by the FBI, okay? This is getting weird, okay? There was some rumor that there was a great chance that Savannah Guthrie might have kidnapped her own mother for some freaking ratings. And I do not believe that that is true. I do not believe that it is true because, guys, when you look on YouTube, come on now, unless she took some motherfucking acting classes, I don't see how Savannah could look that distraught. Okay. Now, her sister, Annie, on the other hand, guys, she looks distraught as well, but she is not saying a whole lot, which is weird. Okay. And we already know that Annie Guthrie is married to Tommaso Guthrie. And evidently, guys, they were saying that Tommaso Guthrie had some type of gambling problem. And we already know that both Annie and Tommaso, who is her husband. Guys, they are married. They have one child together, and they are both school teachers. So they are not making a whole lot of mofo money. Okay, people were saying that he had a gambling problem. People were saying that he was in debt. And I'm not really sure if we can really rule out Tommaso. And I hate to make another video talking about this, but I really think that they were ruled out too soon. I am hoping and praying that Annie did not have anything to do with the disappearance of her mother, her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie. Now, by no means did I ever think that their brother had anything to do with this, but guys, this case is getting sad. And what I do not understand is how the Popo can get all this police video camera, Nest camera, video footage all over the place. It could be 50 miles down the road, and they're still connecting it to Nancy Guthrie. This is weird. This is really weird. Guys, I am Kelly, K-to-the-E-double-L-I-E. That's me from Why I Killed You TV. We're going to take a deep dive into this case, into this stupid ass video footage, guys, because this is weird all day long. Let's check it out. Let's check it out, guys, and see what's going on.
Dave, Matt, what is the latest in the search?
Savannah Guthrie took to Instagram and posted a clip from the Today Show in a segment about her mom and writes, "Please be the one that brings her home."
Please.
And she also added, tips can be anonymous and the reward can be paid in cash. I don't think that's been said before, but we all know that tips can be anonymous if you want, but the reward can be paid in cash. She coupled that with releasing a shortened version of what the family released the other day. But Savannah Guthrie reminding everyone that tips are anonymous and the reward can be paid in cash.
First of all,
Nancy, hold up. This ain't your show. This is mine. I had said at the beginning, guys, when we take a look at the ransom, and it was set at first $1 million and then went up to $6 million. We're talking about the ransom, guys. We're not talking about the reward. And then the reward, evidently through donations, it was set at $50,000. They went up to $100,000. Now they up to $202,000. Guys, I had always said that is not going to cut it. The average mofo is not going to put their mofo life on the line for $200,000. Show as hell wasn't going to do it for $50,000. Okay, so between donations and this, that, and the third, guys, they got up to $202,000. That was not going to work. I believe, this is my personal opinion, take it or leave it, guys. Guys, the opinions in my videos are my opinions and my opinions alone. Take it or leave it. Do whatever you want to do with it, guys. These videos that I make, guys, are for educational purposes and educational purposes alone. Guys, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular video and this particular YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate it. But guys, that reward letter, that reward was set too low, in my opinion, especially when they're asking for ransom money in the upwards of over $1 million. I already said, guys, that there was no way in hell nobody was going to go for it and say that, oh, okay, yeah, I know something about Nancy. Guys, that just wasn't going to work. Okay, and so I am glad that the reward has been set at $1 million, but guys, I believe we might be a day late and $1 short. That's what I'm thinking.
Right. That video found on a neighbor's cam, the door cam, the surveillance video at the edge of their yard, also catching 12 vehicles flying by
12
at the time Nancy Guthrie is kidnapped. This from our friends at Fox News. Let's stay on the video. Dave Mack, what are we seeing?
Well, you're actually seeing ring camera footage of a car about 2:36 in the morning. And Nancy, this is a home located about 2.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It's a back road that leads out of her neighborhood, and it doesn't see a lot of traffic, not on a regular basis. Between midnight and 6 a.m., February 1st, about 12 cars went down that road in front of this camera. But right there, 2:38 a.m. A car goes flying by that camera,
Wow.
Nancy. That would be enough time from the time, or 2:36 a.m. I apologize. 8 minutes after Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker connected via Bluetooth to her Apple Watch, that car goes flying by that Ring doorbell camera, and you can see it. It's heading away. So that's what we're looking at, and that is really important, that it's just outside of that 2-mile radius that law enforcement put up as the search area. This is 2.5 miles.
Interesting.
But there it goes, right there, away from the neighborhood.
Straight out to Brian.
So, guys, what do you think? What do you think about all this video footage? Now, guys, when it's miles and miles away, to me, that shit just does not make any sense. But if you're talking about a mile and a half, 2 miles, now we're talking maybe even under 5 miles. Now we're talking. I believe that has something to do with the Nancy Guthrie case. I really do believe that. And guys, in the beginning, remember, we could not, go ahead guys, put it in the comments, guys. In the beginning, we were not able to get any video footage of Nancy Guthrie's Nest Cam at her front door until the FBI did some deep searching, and they were able to pull up some video footage of a fool at the front door. Evidently, guys, now they're saying there was 2 people at the front door fumbling around. I have always said, guys, and I'm going to continue on saying it, that I strongly believe that whoever was at Nancy Guthrie's front door, I strongly believe that that person had never been there before because of the way they were fumbling around, okay? However, I've always believed that there were at least 2 people, and that the second person, that was a great possibility, they might have been in the back door, fumbling around at the back door trying to get in. The main reason why I'm saying there's like 2 people is because I believe the second person had been at Nancy's house before. Okay, you just do not go onto somebody's property and they own acres and acres of land in the middle of nowhere, smashing freaking cameras, and you don't even know how many cameras to smash. See, that part doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, and this is the reason why I am thinking somebody who was involved in the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie had been at her home before. Guys, don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and also put it in the comments, guys, what you think about this. Guys, we are on the road to having 4,000 subscribers up in this camp. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comment. What do you think? Had this person been there before, or was this their first rodeo? Whatever the case may be, go ahead and put it in the comments.
Brian Fitzgibbons joining us, Director Operations, USPA Nationwide Security. He leads a team of investigators, seasoned investigators, that find missing people all around the world. Former Marine, Iraqi war vet.
Whoa.
One expertise,
he ain't playing around,
extracting people from Mexico. Brian, thank you for being with us. What do you make of the video?
Yeah, this is a really good development here in this case. And what you see is, as this search is expanding beyond the crime scene, you know, this is 2.5 miles away from Mrs. Guthrie's house. This is just a sampling of the leads that the FBI and Pima County have developed. And I want to mention that they are currently analyzing over 10,000 hours of surveillance video. So this is one small tip of the iceberg here that we're seeing, but they're going to start tracking down this vehicle as it was in the area at the right time. This is certainly a great lead for investigators.
Todd Shipley joining us, digital cybercrime expert, former Detective Sergeant, Reno PD.
Well, we go there, guys. I was starting to believe, and put it in the comments if you believe the same thing, but guys, I was starting to believe that this case had some icicles hanging off of it. Okay, I was starting to believe, and guys, I'm about still right there at this point. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments what you think. But guys, it seems like not that many people are in front of Nancy Guthrie's house, especially guys, since they locked all of that shit sort of kind of down. Because they had YouTubers out there, guys. And believe me, I greatly appreciate all their video footage, because I'm not about to stand my mofo behind out there. But anyway, they had a bunch of YouTubers out there, guys. And the whole thing in a nutshell, guys, you want to try to keep that crime scene contain as much as possible, guys. They had people throwing away gloves. And next thing you know, guys, they had 16 gloves out there that they were analyzing. Guys, it became very, very weird. And people were ordering pizzas out there. They were having potato chips and sodas delivered out there. The shit just got really, really weird. I do not believe that those YouTubers and that social media should have been right there at Nancy's front door, right there in her freaking driveway. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments what you think. What do you think about that?
25 years in law enforcement.
Break it
author
down.
of Surviving a Cyber Attack. Also author of Investigating Internet Crimes. You can find him at darkintel.info.
Come on now.
Todd Shipley, thank you for being with us. How will the feds go about enhancing this video?
Well, they're going to take the screenshots out of it and try to figure out what they can find from that one particular shot and identify if there's anything that's usable in that shot. It's a pretty quick shot that's moving, so it's not something that's going to be an easy thing to do, but they're going to take that video and the stills and try to enhance whatever they can to find anything. Descriptions, bumper stickers, the license plate, obviously, if they can figure any of that out. The year, make, and model obviously is important because then they can start tracking down who owns those in the state and try to figure out, what potential list of suspects they might have who own that kind of car, and then start contacting each one.
Good.
Guys, this video from our friends at Fox News. Straight back to Brian Fitzgibbons. Brian, many online sleuths have identified the vehicle as being a Kia Soul. Let's see the mock-up of the Kia Soul. Now, Brian, as you and I have discussed,
who in the hell goes to commit a crime in a Kia Soul? Okay. First of all, I don't know. Guys, what speeds can a Kia Soul get up to? Like, this is the getaway vehicle. Okay. Is this supposed to be the vehicle that they kidnapped Nancy Guthrie in, guys? This here is comical. Even when they post a picture, guys, I know a lot of people were cracking up laughing. Okay. I don't know too much about the Kia Soul, guys. I actually had a Kia back in the day, the sedan, and guys, the name escapes me. It was a very nice car, but to get that as a freaking getaway car, are you kidding? That shit is weird. That shit is weird. I don't even know how they set up here and posted this damn picture of this car. This is really, really comical, guys. A Kia Soul, this is the car that we're looking for. This is weird. This is really weird.
Discussed on many, many occasions, car manufacturers change either ostensibly or subtly the design of a car.
That's weird.
Nearly every year. And that appeals to, those individuals that like to buy a new car every year and always drive a new car. That said, it can be subtle or very obvious. It can be a tilt up in the front lights. It can be a change in the number of tail lights. It can be any number of things. A subtle slope in the front windshield. But the point is, isn't it true, Fitzgibbons, major metropolitan areas, so New York, Chicago, LA, Atlanta, they've got, of course, homicide. They've got robbery. They've got crimes on children. They've got sex crimes. They've got white-collar crimes. They have an entire fleet of people, investigators, that deal with nothing but car theft and recovery, often busting wide open.
And what I do want to say, guys, is that God bless Savannah Guthrie and her family. When they finally increase the doggone reward to $1 million, they also donated some money to another cause. Okay, I don't know if I would be strong enough to do that. Okay, my mother is missing. Every dime of my money is going to go to finding my mother. But God bless them, guys. They had the nerve to sit up there and donate some money to another cause. Okay, so God bless them for that, guys. Below my mic, guys, is my contact information. If you can find it in your heart to give me a small donation, I would greatly appreciate it. If you do not have it, do not worry about it. Because guess what? I ain't going nowhere, so I will get you next time. But guys, God bless them. They were able to give a donation to another cause, even though they mother is missing. Okay, God bless him for that, guys. I really do. I mean, this speaks volumes.
Open car theft rings that make millions and millions of dollars a year. Those guys and ladies can look at a car at a distance and tell you, oh yeah, that's a Kia Soul, that's a 2024, and this is how I know it. How do they do it, Fitzgibbons?
Oh, absolutely. And that's from thousands of hours of surveillance on the job that they're finely tuned to identify make, model, and year. And what I will say is, you know, while this video is not necessarily the highest resolution that you would want, a lot of those key identifiers are there. The shape of the windows, the locations of the taillights. They can get a relative height and size of the tires, size of the vehicle in general. So a lot can be deduced from this. And I think that their assumptions will be pretty accurate here.
Okay. Let me actually read you what the sheriff has said.
Read it, girl, read it.
On Sunday, he spoke to the Daily Mail and said, nobody, this is a quote, nobody has been cleared as suspects. On Monday, he issued a press release saying the family, quote, has been cleared as possible suspects.
On February 16th, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano stood in front of cameras and said, and I am quoting him directly, the Guthrie family has been cleared as possible suspects. Cleared. Done. Move on. Except 11 days later, the car that Tommaso Cioni used to drive Nancy Guthrie home on the last night she was ever seen alive is still sitting in a forensic evidence lot.
For what?
If he's cleared, why do they still have his car? And that's not even the part that kept me up last night. Because while the sheriff was saying cleared, someone else was saying something very different. She hasn't stopped saying it. The last ride home, January 31st, 2026, a Saturday night. Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, sharp,
Nancy.
independent, living alone in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood just outside Tucson, Arizona, has dinner with her eldest daughter, Annie, and Annie's husband, Tommaso Cioni.
There you go.
Nancy didn't drive to dinner. She took an Uber. After dinner, Tommaso drives her home. According to the Pima County Sheriff, Cioni waited until Nancy was safely inside before leaving. The garage door closed at 9:50 p.m. That is the last confirmed moment anyone can place Nancy Guthrie in the living world. Then,
first of all, what, and I've said this in other videos, guys, what is Nancy Guthrie doing out there on acres and acres of land in the middle of freaking nowhere, in a community that pride themselves on being in the freaking dark? What is she doing out there? That makes no sense. And one of you guys also contacted me and you said, hey, are we sure that Nancy Guthrie actually made it home? And that was a good point. But guys, before we go any further, I have to say, guys, because I'm not trying to get sued. What I'm gonna have to say is, guys, anybody that I talk about in my videos, guys, they are presumed innocent until we find they mofo behinds guilty. So I'm gonna have to say that. But one of you guys actually contacted me and said, how do we know that Nancy Guthrie actually made it home? And that's a very good point. But guys, the whole thing in a nutshell, that device that she had that connected to her pacemaker popped on when she did allegedly get home. So that's how I know that Nancy Guthrie made it home. Now, I said this before, guys, and I hate to say it again because, like I said, I got to do the fingers, guys. I am not trying to get sued, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments. And I've always said this, guys, whoever was involved in the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie, guys, they had been at that home before. And this is my whole scenario. And I could be wrong, guys. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure you mofos will correct me on the bullshit. But anyway, how do we know? He just finished saying that Tommaso drove Nancy Guthrie home from the function that they had over Annie's house and Annie's husband's home. Okay. So Tommaso actually drove, according to speculations, that he drove her back home. Okay. And it only took 2 minutes for her to go inside of her garage, unlock the door, and then close the garage door. It took 2 minutes. Guys, if you're familiar with a home, if you're familiar with a property, guess what? It could only take you 2 minutes to help your mother-in-law get in the house, guys. He probably let her just walk in there by himself. He probably opened the door, whatever the case may be. I don't know if she had a security door on that door as well, but we already know she had a security door on the front door. And this is how I know that person at the front door never been there before, okay? There is no way in hell, and I said this before, you're going to get through a damn security door with a damn flashlight and some bushes that you picked up from damn Nancy Guthrie's front yard. You weren't going to get through that security door whatsoever. And this is the reason why I got security doors on my mofo house, because it's almost close to impossible to get into those type of security doors. Okay, so I have always said this, that I believe that there's a great possibility, evidently, guys, Tommaso got inside of Nancy's home when she was trying to get into the garage door when he drove her home. And it was a great possibility. Maybe he unlocked the back door so he can come back later. I don't know. And Nancy Guthrie, guys, that house was humongous. She probably never checked the door ever again, okay, that night, because, guys, she was sitting on 3,700 plus square feet. She could barely get around, guys. She walked around with the cane. And, guys, I would be doing the same thing. I don't walk around with a cane. I walk around pretty damn good, if you ask me. But if I know I'm the only one living in the house, I'm not going to be checking my doors every freaking night when I know I'm the only one that lives there. So I am thinking there was a great possibility. And guys, I'm sweating like a pig. But I believe that there was a great possibility that Tommaso went into that home, unlocked the door, so him and his fool of a friend that was fumbling around at the front door came back later on that night. Okay? That is my belief, guys. I could be wrong. And as you see, guys, they have not returned the vehicles. I don't know if it's the sheriff's department or the FBI, whoever the case may be. And a lot of people are dogging out the sheriff. And to me, guys, he's doing a damn good job, because nothing to this magnitude has ever happened in this neighborhood before. Okay, so I think he's doing a pretty good job. Okay, that is my personal opinion, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments, guys. And please make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular video, this particular YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And give me some freaking super chats up in here. Super chat donations, guys.
Nothing. For hours. Nothing. At 1:47 a.m. on February 1st, Nancy's Google Nest doorbell camera disconnects.
That's the
25 minutes later, the camera detects motion, but because the Nest account didn't have an active subscription, no video was saved in real time. Her pacemaker app showed a disconnection from her phone at 2:28 a.m. At 11 a.m. on Sunday, February 1st, Nancy doesn't show up to watch a church live stream with a friend, something she did every week. Her family is called. They go to check on her. They arrive around noon. They find her car, her phone, her wallet, her hearing aid, her medication, everything she needs to survive left behind. But no Nancy. The Pima County Sheriff's Department is called at approximately noon. Officers arrive at 12:15 p.m. Within hours, what began as a welfare check becomes something far darker. A crime scene, a criminal investigation, and then kidnapping. Investigators found blood at the entrance to her home, confirmed to be Nancy's. Personal items were left behind in a way that said clear.
And guys, when people hear that there's blood at the door, in this particular case, people are thinking, oh, they believe that Nancy Guthrie was hurt. No, I don't think she was hurt. I think she was stressed the freak out, because you got these people in your home that are not supposed to be there. Nancy Guthrie, guys, had medical problems. She had a heart condition on top of that. And I've said this before, guys, don't act like what I'm saying is brand new, because it's not. But anyway, she had heart problems. I'm sure she was on blood thinners. I'm sure she was on a diuretic, guys. She could barely walk, like I just said earlier, guys. She used the cane, and the terrain out there was rocky than a mofo. Okay, I've said this in other videos, guys. A lot of people who have pacemakers, guys, 9 times out of 10, they are on blood thinners, and I believe because Nancy was stressed the hell out, because these people are up in her mofo house, stressing her out, smashing her cameras, invading her privacy. I believe that her nose got engorged, the blood vessels in her nose, and she started bleeding. And they said the blood was like low velocity. meaning that there was a great possibility that Nancy was already low to the ground. I don't know if she passed out or whatever the case may be. Let me tell you something, guys. All this shit that people are talking about on the YouTube, guys, all this shit is speculation up in this camp. Nobody knows, because nobody was there except for Nancy and these stupid ass kidnappers. Okay? Nobody knows. We could sit up here and guess till the damn cows come home, but nobody knows because nobody was there except for Nancy and these doggone kidnappers. And it's a damn shame. This lady was 84 years old. For what reason did this have to happen?
Clearly, she did not walk out of that house on her own.
There you go.
And the last person confirmed to have seen Nancy Guthrie alive, Tomise Chioni, day 3, Banfield drops the bomb, February 3rd, day 3 of the investigation. The body is still warm. Metaphorically speaking, the case is barely 48 hours old as a criminal matter, and Ashley Banfield is already going nuclear. Banfield, veteran television journalist, former CNN and News Nation anchor, goes on her podcast, Drop Dead Serious, and she says something that stops the true crime internet in its tracks.
Said, no one's been cleared. Everyone's a suspect.
Facts.
So it is not inappropriate to start where all law enforcement starts, which is with the family, and work out. That's what you're doing. You would be doing that even if your law enforcement source had not said that the brother-in-law may be the prime suspect.
Boom.
It's not inappropriate to ask questions about the family. It's actually imperative. So here's what the sheriff said. Let's listen to SOT 19B.
Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just, I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out.
I totally agree with him. We have to be careful with that because we don't want to get sued. That's another thing we don't want to do. We don't want to get sued. Guys, go ahead and type a 1 in the chat if you believe that Tommaso might have had something to do with Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping. And remember, guys, Tommaso was a part of a band. And they said one of his band members, Dominique, looked like a lot like the guy who was wearing the mask at Nancy Guthrie's front door. Okay? So put a 1 if you think it's Tommaso. And put a 2. Well, put a 1 if you think it's Tommaso that tried to, well, not tried, he kidnapped, evidently, allegedly, Nancy Guthrie. Go ahead and put a 1, guys, in the comments if you think that's what's going on, because this case is weird. And I've said this before, nobody is going to somebody's house to, evidently people are saying this is a burglary gone wrong. Okay, it's a burglary gone wrong, but you didn't take anything but a little 84-year-old lady. That's what's weird up in this camp. You didn't take anything but an 84-year-old woman with health problems. Okay? And guys, I've said this before. If this person who did this, if they had not stockpiled her medication, guys, this is a recipe for disaster. And the longer she goes missing, guys, the longer she goes missing, the likelihood of us finding her is going to be slim to none. It's going to be slim to none. Guys, this is sad.
Out there because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect. And you could actually be doing some damage to
Facts.
the case.
Facts.
But you can do some damage to that individual.
Facts.
Too. This is social media is kind of an ugly world.
Facts.
Okay, so Ashley, are you standing by your exclusive reporting broken 2 days ago now that
3 things,
top
I
law
think we're at
enforcement
3.
official
Real early on.
3, okay, who's an impeccable source, told you that Tommaso Cioni, who is married to Annie Guthrie, Savannah's sister, may be the prime suspect in this case,
At this time.
At this time, and that the car that was towed and impounded was Annie Guthrie's car.
Yeah, the word that was used was towed and taken into evidence. I noticed that was
Wow.
actually confirmed yesterday. Car was towed and is being processed as per warrant. That was said by the
Sort
sheriff.
of.
She claims and I'm quoting her, highly regarded law enforcement source with direct knowledge of this investigation told her that Tommaso Cioni might be a prime suspect.
There you go.
Not a person of interest, prime suspect. On day 3, Banfield also revealed that law enforcement had towed Annie and Tommaso's vehicle, a dark Honda SUV, and impounded it for processing.
The car. The car
Break it down.
that was at the home.
Break it down.
It's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle.
The sheriff's response: we have not identified a suspect or person of interest in this case. Notice what that statement does not say. It does not say Ashley Banfield's reporting is false. It does not say Cioni has been cleared. It does not say the car was impounded for routine reasons unrelated to Cioni. It says,
guys, what do you think? What do you think? And another thing that they said is that Tommaso was the power of attorney for Nancy Guthrie. That's weird as hell to me, because I do not care how long, let's just say hypothetically, how long my sister has been married to her husband. I don't care if I thought that my brother-in-law loved my mother. I do not care. There is no way in hell, if I have breath in my doggone lungs, is my brother-in-law going to have power of attorney over my mother. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. So that is weird to me why they would make him power of attorney. Allegedly, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments. What do you think about that? There is no way in hell my brother-in-law, I don't care how much I loved him. I don't care if him and my sister been married 100 years and going on 100 more. You are not going to be power of attorney over my mother. Not while I still have breath in my mofo lungs. That is not going to happen, guys. Put it in the comments and tell me what you think. That's weird.
we have not named a suspect. That is not the same thing as we have no suspects. The home search, February 7th, Day 7 of the investigation. Pima County Sheriff's deputies show up at Annie and Tommaso's home. They stay for nearly 3 hours.
Wow.
Photographers stationed outside capture deputies leaving the house carrying what former CIA and FBI Special Agent Tracy Walder, Speaking to People magazine, described as evidence processing tools, including a white case and a brown bag consistent with evidence collection. According to NBC News, the search was consented, meaning Annie and Tommaso gave investigators permission to enter without a warrant.
Okay, guys, we fooling around with AI at this point because they messing up some names. So they are talking about FBI being at the home of Annie Guthrie and her husband, Tommaso. Why are they still at the home? Okay, and I've said this in other videos, guys. For the life of me, I cannot understand why Annie and her husband Tommaso are really not talking about Nancy's final day. Okay, I would love to see some mofo video footage about that up in this camp. That's what I would like to see. Okay, guys. Please make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular video and this particular YouTube channel. We are on our way to 4,000 subscribers. And I would like to thank each and every one of you guys. Guys, if you can find it in your heart to give me a super chat donation, I would greatly appreciate it. If you don't have it, do not freaking worry about it, because I just love you guys being here. I sincerely love you guys being here. My contact information is right below. If you don't have it, please don't worry about it. Don't keep you not having a donation for my monkey behind. Don't keep that from you coming here. I love each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. I swear for God for y'all coming here. I greatly appreciate it. We're on our way to 4,000 subscribers. Let's check this out. Let's check this out, guys.
Law enforcement framed it as routine in missing persons cases. The family called it cooperation. The internet called it something else. Because this search happened 4 days after Banfield named Sione on air, and routine feels like a strange word for arriving with evidence bags, conducting a 3-hour search, and photographing the inside of someone's home. Banfield doubles down. Now, here's the part that most people glossed over when the sheriff announced the family was cleared on February 16th. Banfield was asked about her reporting afterward, and per Media 8, she said, and this is the quote that matters, that her source every day since that original report had stood by the reporting. Her source had not recanted, had not said I was wrong, had not walked anything back. Her source inside law enforcement still considered Sione a prime suspect after the family was cleared, after the sheriff told America to stop pointing fingers, after all of it. Now look, I am not saying Banfield's source is right. Sources are wrong. Sources have agendas. Sources misread situations. But what I am saying is this. A source inside the investigation with direct knowledge of what investigators were seeing, that source did not change their mind when the sheriff changed his public posture. That is a contradiction worth sitting with. Megyn Kelly weighs in, and then Megyn Kelly gets involved. Kelly, former Fox News anchor, attorney, host of one of the highest-rated podcasts in the country, goes on her Sirius XM show and says what a lot of people are already thinking but won't say out loud. Her take, it would be, quote, inappropriate not to scrutinize the last person to see Nancy alive, full stop. And then she says the line that lit the internet on fire, paraphrasing from her show. The reason investigators keep going back to Annie and Tommaso's house, she believes, is because they're wondering whether the couple had anything to do with it. And she says she doesn't understand why law enforcement would keep interviewing the same neighbors over and over unless they were building towards something. Two major journalists, two significant...
Anyway, guys, this whole thing is strange. And a lot of you are sitting up there saying, oh, I think that they did this to get the insurance money or whatever the case may be. My whole thing is Nancy Guthrie. Guys, let's keep it real. Let's call a thing a thing. Nancy Guthrie was 84 years old. Okay? The hell with the insurance money. Okay? Let's talk about the inheritance. She was 84 years old. How much more life did you think that Nancy Guthrie had in her? How much longer did you think that she was going to live? That is weird to me. That is weird to me. I do not understand it. Why would you do this? Because there's a great possibility if they catch your monkey behind, you are going to prison for a long time. She was 84 years old. She done lived her life and somebody else's life too, because a lot of people do not make it to 84 years old. A lot of people don't make it to that. So I just, for the life of me, guys, I cannot understand why all of this was necessary. And Banfield has a good point. Why in the hell are they over there at Annie's house and Tommaso's house? You know, if they were supposedly cleared. Now, guys, they were cleared by the sheriff's department. They have not been cleared by the FBI. Okay? So, guys, this is really getting weird. To me, this was senseless, especially if it was done for insurance money. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. This is weird. Really weird.
Media platforms, both independently pointing at the same person, both saying it publicly, and a sheriff who is saying the exact opposite. Someone has it wrong. The car, February 26th, day 27 of the search for Nancy Guthrie. Crime journalist Brianna Whitney reports something that a lot of mainstream outlets were not leading with.
Bring it on.
The vehicle that Tommaso Cioni used to drive Nancy Guthrie home on the last night she was ever seen. That car is still under forensic investigation. Not returned. Not cleared, along with its owners still in the evidence lot. The Pima County Sheriff's Department's response when pressed, all we can say at this time, The vehicle is still part of the investigation. The family has been cleared, but the car hasn't. Now, investigators will tell you there are completely innocent explanations for this. The car could be in evidence because the suspect placed something on or near it. The car could be in evidence because investigators want to be absolutely thorough. The car could be in evidence because bureaucratic processing takes time. But here is the question no one in an official capacity will answer. If Sione had nothing to do with this, if he's a victim and not a suspect, if the family is cleared, what is there left to process?
What?
What are they still looking for?
What the hell?
The power of attorney. In May of 2025...
Guys, I apologize. We're dealing with some IA shit right now. I do apologize. That's weird.
8 months before Nancy Guthrie disappeared, Tommaso Cioni signed a durable power of attorney document naming his wife Annie as his agent for property and financial matters. The document surfaced on social media. The internet went to work. Independent investigator and citizen journalist St. James Hartline weighed in with 3 possible explanations: that Sione was concerned about his mental state, that he was planning to leave the country, or that he was anticipating some kind of court intervention over real estate matters. Legal experts were quick to push back, and their pushback is legitimate.
And this is another thing, guys. People are saying, and I'm not really sure how true it is, that all of a sudden Tommaso has changed his appearance. He has cut off a great majority of his beard, okay? And then evidently he went on some type of vacation. Guys, I don't really know, guys. It's a speculation and rumor, okay? Really not sure, guys. Put it in the comments and tell me what you think. Have you heard the same thing? That he has changed his appearance, he has shaved off his beard, and he went on a small vacation. I wouldn't really call it a vacation, guys. I would assume that he wanted to get away from what's going on with the media. And there is a great possibility, guys, this is rumor, this is speculation, that the Savannah, who is from the Today Show, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, guys, I've said this in other videos, I didn't even know who the hell Nancy Guthrie was. Okay, I really never really watched the Today Show like that. Okay, if somebody would come to me and say, "Oh, Savannah Guthrie," you know, and even if they would say Savannah Guthrie from the Today Show, guys, I would have to try to deduce which person they were talking about. I did not know Savannah like that. Okay, I did not know her like that. For the life of me, what I cannot understand is why Nancy Guthrie was living in the middle of nowhere. Okay, on acres and acres of land in the middle of the dark. Okay, and then her subscription for her Nest camera was not working. That is weird to me at 84 years old with her medical problems, guys, in my opinion, because the house was big than a mofo. In my opinion, I don't think she should have been living out there by herself. Now, when these people get older, guys, they get real ornery. You can't tell them shit what to do. But guys, I would have made her. If that was my mother, I would have made, you gonna do this? Yes, the hell you are. You about to let somebody go ahead and live up in that pool house or the in-law suite or whatever that was on that property. Mama, that's what's about to go down, because you're not about to be out here by yourself. Okay? And she lived in a community, and from what I understand, guys, Nancy Guthrie purchased that home with her husband back in 1975. They paid $85,000 for it, and it's worth over $1 million. From what I understand, it's one of the smallest houses, is one of the cheapest houses in that neighborhood. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, not to try to dog out Nancy or whatever her financial situation, but the reason why I'm bringing it up is there were a lot of richer people in that area, people who were not celebrities. Why did you pick her? Because the second you picked that celebrity mom, regardless if you sent the ransom notes to TMZ or whatever the case may be, guys, that was the recipe for disaster. You were headed to get caught, and you're about to get caught, okay? And we already know, guys, that they wanted to get paid. The people who are holding her in captivity wanted to get paid in Bitcoin. And the main reason why they wanted to get paid in Bitcoin, because from what I understand, it is very hard to track down Bitcoin, okay, versus just going ahead and put it in somebody's bank account. Okay, I've said this from day one, that even though the reward money was set very low, and it was through donations, guys. That 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, that was not going to cut it. And I believe that if Savannah and her family had bumped it up to $1 million in the get-go, I think that we would have Nancy Guthrie back already. But here we are today, and it looks like we're in a pickle of a mess.
Power of attorney for property is genuinely routine in real estate transactions, particularly mortgage closings where one party can't appear in person. Here is what I will say. On its own, this document means essentially nothing, but context is not nothing. And the context is a document that gave Annie control over Tommaso's affairs was signed 8 months before Tommaso became the most scrutinized private individual in America. Make of that what you will, but treat it as exactly what it is. Unverified, legally mundane, and deeply interesting in the wrong context. There is another name that became impossible to avoid in the first 3 weeks of this case, Dominic Evans. Evans is a bass guitarist and member of a Tucson band called Early Black, the same band Tommaso Cioni plays in. And when the FBI released surveillance footage of the masked suspect and described him as approximately 5'9" to 5'10" with an average build, the internet immediately started pattern matching. Evans fits that physical description.
He does.
Some line investigators compared what appeared to be a marking on the suspect's wrist to tattoos visible on Evans in public photos. His past, including a prior burglary charge, surfaced online within days. Evans spoke to the New York Times. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, that he felt like someone had taken his name. He and his wife described being effectively trapped in their home, lights off, their teenage son told not to come home while people gathered outside through the night. Sheriff Nanos responded to the Evans speculation directly. He said Evans should be consulting attorneys and considering legal action against anyone who named him publicly without evidence. But here is the sentence that matters. Nanos said the family was cleared. He specified Annie. He specified Tommaso. He did not, and I want to be precise here, he did not say Dominic Evans has been cleared. Evans has not been charged. Evans has not been arrested. Evans has not been officially named a suspect or person of interest. And I am not suggesting he is any of those things. What I am saying is his name exists in the public record of this case in a way that cleared does not yet apply to, and that is a distinction worth noting.
So the whole thing in a nutshell, guys, this is my personal belief. Take it or leave it. Do whatever the hell you want to do with it. I believe that the fumbling idiot at the front door who looks like he had never been there before, I believe that it was, guys, and I had to say allegedly, guys, the people that I talk about in my videos, guys, they are presumed innocent until we find that they are guilty. Okay, so I have to say allegedly that the person fumbling around at Nancy Guthrie's front door does look like Dominic Evans all day long. Okay, he fits the height. He has the same sort of kind of build. They were alluding to the fact, the police and the FBI were saying that there was a great possibility that the person at the front door wore a size 12 shoe. So I would be interested to know what size shoe that Dominic wears. I'll be interested to figure that out. But guys, like I've said before, nobody is going to go to a home they're not familiar with in the middle of the night, okay, on acres and acres of land, okay? It's not like Nancy Guthrie's home was right there at the front, okay? It's not like at the front of that community, shall I say. Her home was a nice little distance from the front of that community. Okay, why pick that home? Okay, and the reason why, in my opinion, they picked that home, guys, put it in the comments. The main reason I believe they picked that home is because, in my opinion, guys, I could be wrong, somebody was familiar with the home. Somebody had been in the home. Okay, and if it is not Tommaso, because I could be wrong, I've been wrong before, and will be wrong again. Okay. And I'm sure one of you mofos will email me with some BS. Okay? The whole thing in a nutshell, guys. It makes no sense for somebody who had never been there to do something like this. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Guys, make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular video, this particular YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate. Do you think that Tommaso has something to do with it? And like the sheriff said, the family has been cleared, but they ain't said shit about Dominic Evans. They ain't said shit about that, guys.
What cleared actually means, let's stop and talk about the word cleared.
Break it down.
In law enforcement, clearing someone as a suspect typically means one of a few things: a verified alibi that checks out against physical evidence, DNA exclusion, meaning their DNA does not match the biological material found at the scene, phone records or digital data that is fully consistent with their stated account, or a polygraph examination. Sheriff Nanos did not tell us which of these applies. He issued a statement. He did not hold a press conference to walk through the evidence that cleared the family. He did not say, here is Tommaso's phone record placing him at home at 2 a.m. He did not say the DNA from the scene definitively excludes Cioni. He did not say we have Tommaso on camera elsewhere. He said cleared, and he called it cruel to suggest otherwise.
There you go.
Both things can be simultaneously true. The family can genuinely be cleared, meaning investigators have good reason to look elsewhere. And we can still not fully understand what that clearance is based on, because law enforcement doesn't owe us the explanation. But the absence of an explanation is not the same thing as transparency. And a car still sitting in a forensic lab is not consistent with a family that has been fully cleared and moved on from. The uncomfortable questions. There is a set of questions that the internet keeps asking, and the reason they won't go away is not because the internet is bloodthirsty. It's because no official answer has been provided. Who knew Nancy's routine well enough to know she'd be home alone on a Saturday night?
Who could that be? Who knew it, guys? Who could that be? Okay? It has to be somebody, like he said, who knew Nancy Guthrie's routine. Okay? But the whole thing in a nutshell, which doesn't make any sense to me, you knew her routine. But if you knew her routine, you had to have known that she was going to go over a friend's house to go to church the very next day online. So you knew at this certain time, this is when people were going to notice that Nancy Guthrie was missing. Okay? That's the whole thing. But it still gave you a lot of time to do whatever the hell you were going to do with Nancy Guthrie, take her to Mexico, wherever the hell you thought you were going to do with her. Okay? It still gave you enough time. You knew from the point of entry to Nancy Guthrie's home to when she was supposed to go to church, you knew nobody was going to be looking for her at that particular juncture. You knew that. And this is what makes me believe, and guys, I could be wrong all day long. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comment. Tell me what you believe. But this is the reason why I strongly believe that you knew her routine. You had been there before. And even if it's not Tommaso, guys, even if it's not, that's cool. It had to have been somebody, a pool boy, a lawn person, somebody who recently been at the home, somebody who might have delivered a package or two there, maybe a neighbor. I don't know. They can't figure out where the hell Nancy is. They can't. Then they broke out those cadaver dogs. The cadaver dogs really couldn't pick up on any scent. At first I was thinking maybe Nancy is in a nearby home. Maybe they didn't take her anywhere. Maybe she is somewhere nearby. Okay, because Nancy, she could not hardly walk without that cane and couldn't hardly walk with the cane. Okay? And guys, the terrain out there is rocky than a mofo. And I'm not just saying this to say it, guys. I used to live out there. Back in 2002. It's rocky as a mofo out there. Now, I did not per se live in the Tucson area. I more or less lived in Mesa, Arizona. And in Mesa, it could get rocky as hell. It could get rocky as hell out there. And to lose your footage, or your footing, shall I say, it's great. To trip and fall would be great. Okay? So maybe she's at a nearby home and the dogs have not tracked down the scent everybody is starting to believe that it's a great possibility that Nancy could be in Mexico. This whole thing is weird and it's sad.
Who knew her address? The same address that appears in Google Trends data as having been searched for in the Tucson area as far back as June of 2025. 7 months before she disappeared, who knew that the doorbell camera didn't have cloud recording
There
active?
you go.
Who had access to the inside of that house? Who lives approximately 4 miles away?
There
Who
you
was
go.
the last person to walk through that front door before the masked man arrived?
And I've said this in other videos, guys. Sometimes when you have elderly family members, you know, you're going to get to the point, maybe they can't pay their own bills because they can't remember, whatever the case may be. You're going to get to the point where you're going to be paying their bills, whether with their own money or with your money as being their child. Okay? And maybe somebody on purpose stopped paying that Nest camera bill because they knew with that subscription, they knew that they were going to come back later on. They knew that they were going to come back later on and go into that home, and they didn't want that camera to be working. Okay? Go ahead, guys. Put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. Who did this? It had to have been somebody that knew Nancy and knew the damn layout of that damn home.
These questions don't prove anything. They don't establish guilt. They don't even point definitively to any one person, but they are the questions any serious investigator would need to answer.
Facts.
And Cleared doesn't answer them. Cleared just says, we've satisfied ourselves that this person didn't do it.
There you
and
go.
then the car says, we're still not done. The case for the other side, but I want to be honest with you because I think the counter argument is actually pretty strong and you deserve to hear it. Here is what we know that pushes hard against family involvement.
Break it down.
DNA. Investigators confirmed that biological material recovered from the crime scene, both from the gloves found 2 miles from Nancy's home and from inside the residence itself, belongs to an unknown male, a male whose DNA does not match anyone in the National
There you go.
FBI database.
Who is it?
And critically,
Who
a
is
male
it?
whose DNA does not match anyone in the Guthrie family. If Tommaso Cioni had committed this crime, his DNA would likely be at that scene. And the first thing law enforcement would have done, the first thing, is compare his DNA to the biological material. If it matched, he would have been arrested. He hasn't been. The Google Trends data showing address searches starting 7 months before.
And see, this is the thing. This is the aerial view of Nancy Guthrie's home. Big than a mofo. Big than a mofo. Over 3,700 square feet. It looks like we have a pool house. I was calling it, guys, an in-law arrangement because that's what it would have been if that was my mama. Somebody would have been living in that house. There's no way in hell my mother would have been out there in the middle of nowhere by herself. Big ass swimming pool, 3,700 square feet. What the hell? And the community pride themselves on having it dark than a mofo out there. There's no way in thy hell on acres of land. There's no way in hell I would allow my mother to live out there. And a lot of people talk about allowed. That's your mother. How you going to allow your mother? I said the right word. I would not have allowed my mother to live out there by herself. Wasn't going to go on. That's not going to happen, guys. It's not safe. And as you can see, it turned out to be a freaking recipe for disaster.
For the kidnapping, that's actually a point against a family member. 7 months of planning for someone who already had access to the house, who already knew the address. That's an enormous amount of advanced preparation for someone with inside access. The family has cooperated fully. The family offered $1 million for information leading to Nancy's recovery. Savannah stepped away from planned Olympic coverage to be present. These are not the behaviors of a family running a cover-up. And the sheer coordination required, Cioni, possibly an accomplice, ransom notes sent to multiple media outlets, a public performance of grief maintained for 4 weeks now, that strains credibility. These things happen. But
the whole thing in a nutshell, this part doesn't make sense. Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Tell me what you think. Why would somebody be Googling her address months before she disappeared if they had already been there? Now, my whole thing, and I could be wrong, my whole thing is There was a great possibility, in my opinion, guys, take it or leave it. The people I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until we find that they are guilty than a mofo. I am believing that Tommaso might have been running his mouth to Dominic Evans about, oh, my mother-in-law has this, she has this, she lives on this, blah, blah, blah. And maybe, because they said the person who did this, who was Googling, one of the people were in the Tucson, Arizona area. And that's where Dominic is. He's in the Tucson, Arizona area. Maybe he started Googling it. This guy is telling me his mother-in-law has this, she has that, blah, 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 blah. Maybe Dominic started Googling Nancy Guthrie before their fumbling idiot plan went into action. Other than that, I don't know who would be doing this. Why would you need to Google her address if you've already been there before? But you would Google her address if you thought you were going to be in on an inside job, to make sure the person who is telling you Nancy Guthrie has this, she got X amount of dollars, she's living on all of this land, you would Google her then. But if you had already been there before, you've been inside the house, there's no need to Google her. So that part is weird. Go ahead, guys, put it in the comments. Please, guys, do not forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it.
But they require a level of sustained deception that most humans under this level of scrutiny can't maintain. The most honest thing I can say is this: the evidence that points toward family involvement is circumstantial and speculative. The evidence that points away from family involvement, particularly the DNA, is forensic and concrete. That asymmetry matters. Where does that leave us? So where does that leave us?
Where?
2 journalists say Sione was the prime suspect. The sheriff says cleared. A source inside the investigation says it hasn't changed their thinking. The car says the investigation isn't done. The DNA says someone else was in that house. The questions say the case is still wide open. Nancy Guthrie is 84 years old. She has limited mobility. She cannot go more than 24 hours without her medication. We are now 27 days past the last night anyone saw her. The FBI has genetic genealogy running on partial DNA from inside the home. Investigators are processing Walmart's backpack sales records for all of Arizona. They are canvassing gun shops with the doorbell footage. They have tens of thousands of tips and a $100,000 federal reward on the table. The investigation is still active. The car is still in evidence. And Nancy...
So we already know that the reward has been upped. It went from $50,000. This is from the donation pool, guys. It went from $50,000 to $100,000 to $200,000. And now Savannah Guthrie a couple of days ago upped it to $1 million, which she been should have did that. Because I believe if she would have upped it sooner, we would have got Nancy Guthrie back alive. And guys, I said in all of the videos that I make concerning Nancy Guthrie, do you still think that Nancy Guthrie is still alive? What are your thoughts? Do you still think that she's alive? This is sad. The longer it goes on, in my personal opinion, I don't think that she is.
Guthrie is still missing. Maybe the answer is inside. A family member. The DNA says probably not. Maybe the answer is a complete stranger. Someone who researched this family methodically, tracked Nancy's movements, and executed a kidnapping with enough precision to avoid leaving a matchable biological trace.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
Break it down.
JLR investigates.
Love his YouTube channel.
In, folks, back out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home.
Thank you,
Day
JLR.
27, folks.
Say it.
Where is Nancy Guthrie? Day 27. Come on in, folks. We're going to do continuous coverage, continuous boots on the ground.
Been out there for weeks.
And see what happens today. Out front of the home here. It's pretty quiet here. First light. We're one of the first people out here sharing what's going on. But there's other people still out here, too. People all over the place. I know a lot of people still want to know what is going on with this case. Some wackadoodle last night got arrested right here at this spot. Strange, bizarre incident. Who knows who that guy is or what that was about. Some DUI arrest. Let me spin the camera around. Let me get my feed set up. Just give me a minute or two.
Bring it.
And we'll get this broadcast started. Day 27. Day 27. We're still here. We're going to be doing some call-ins today. Bringing public awareness. Got the tent up. We got the tent up. One deputy out here in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. Who's going to arrive to the home today remains to be seen. Started out bright and early, parked up the street. Some, I think the feds are going door to door, maybe in the next neighborhood, very, very soon. Footage, surveillance footage captured a white Kia Soul, 2:36 a.m. going over there on Campbell,
That's
on the
the
other
getaway
side of Campbell
car.
in the adjacent
That's weird.
neighborhood, zooming away. Or was they just driving by? Who was in the Kia Soul? Who in the heck was in the Kia Soul?
Who was in it, guys?
It's going to be another hot day here
Was that Dominique?
in the Catalina foothills.
Ooh, it's hot in the mofo there.
Tucson. We'll say north of Tucson. This is Tucson, still considered a Tucson address. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, or will we say vanished, out of this home that you see right here. All right, we got it set up. Vanished, kidnapped, taken.
Break it
Maybe
down.
it's a homicide. February 1st in the early morning hours, this home right here, the Catalina foothills. 5820 Camino Escalante. That is the address. 5820 Camino Escalante.
Damn, they giving an address? That's weird.
Unknown male, multiple males. We still don't know who is involved. We still don't know how it happened.
Or why it happened.
Still don't know what transpired inside that home there. We don't know a lot. Reason being, the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, doesn't give press conferences, doesn't give updates, doesn't give a lot of information out anymore. A lot of discrepancies in the prior press conferences. Are you guys getting tired of this? You want answers? I think we all want answers. We are 100% invested in this case, and we want to know what happened to Nancy. Where's Nancy? Where is Nancy? What happened?
This is sad, guys.
Good morning. I'm great. Your name is T? O-T?
My name is Jasmine, but I had something interesting.
Good morning, Jasmine.
Break it down, Jasmine.
I had something that was very interesting come up this morning. I was looking at the street of Nancy Guthrie this morning, and I was searching through, and I seen a white, and this was in November of 2025. And it looks like from the side a Kia Soul, but what it actually is a 2021 Nissan Murano. If you can go and look on Google Maps, you will see a vehicle coming passing her house, and they had a man and somebody else on the passenger side.
Interesting.
Now, I don't know if they were scoping out her home during that time, but if you can go back to Google Maps and look at that vehicle, that's what you would see, and it looks exactly like a Kia Soul and another type of vehicle that they would describe from the side.
So, Jasmine, so you're saying if you go to Google Maps and you put in, her neighborhood or address, and then you do the street view, you're saying in November of 2020. I'm sorry.
And walk the street. Just keep pressing that arrow that takes you down her street.
Uh-huh.
And where you loop around where there's cars coming up, where you can see looking to the left.
Uh-huh.
There's a 2021 white Murano Nissan.
Interesting. So, yeah, obviously Google Maps, you can put the, they have it, sometimes once a year they'll do it, and you can go up in the left top of the screen, you can do it. So the most recent is November of 2025.
Correct.
Oh.
Interesting.
So you got
There's a man driving the car for sure. I can see the man, and I can see somebody in the passenger side.
Uh-huh.
Now, I don't know if that's a woman or what, but it's like from the side, it looks exactly like a Kia Soul.
It kind of does. I'm going to look at the back end of it. Hold on. I'm showing it. I mean, they say Fox Digital says it's a Kia Soul, but I mean, that's just based off what, someone feels like, a former law enforcement feels like it looks like, right? But it's not 100% confident.
Guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. This is really strange. Why would you pick this car does not get up any serious speeds? And then why are you using a white car in the desert as the getaway car? That's weird as hell. And why, even if this is not your personal car, guys, you rented the car, why would you get a white one? That sticks out like a damn sore thumb. Okay, Nancy Guthrie has been missing, guys. We're on day 28. And this shit is sad. Let's hear what she has to say.
Information. But this is the back of a Nissan 2021 Murano.
What
Never
do you
even
guys
heard
think?
of that, Jasmine.
Correct. And it looks like a Kia Soul.
It
It does.
Look at it.
It does, like here, like the Muranos, I do feel like the car in question has a slant on the back and going down the back, like, who knows, but that is interesting because,
very interesting.
some people
her abduction.
Yeah. I mean, it's, some people in the chat are saying this is reaching or this is worth a shot, but, it makes it interesting. But I do think this white vehicle could be a piece of this case, because of the timing in general. If you got this home here, or pacemaker just before 2:30 a.m. Stopped sinking, and then you got this vehicle that's about 2.5 miles away, seen, going past this house that's at 2:36 a.m., which
weird,
takes
guys.
about 7 minutes to get there, makes you go,
Correct.
And it's.
I just thought I should share that.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by. Anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, no, that was it. And thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Be safe. Yeah, you too, Jasmine. Take care. Thank you.
Take care.
That's interesting. Google Maps had this white vehicle. Go check out Google Maps. Maybe. Let me get on Google Maps. Hold on a second.
Break it down. Break it down.
And see, because Google Maps has like one time a year they'll do it. She said around the corner. So if you just go to Street View, we'll go all the way down.
Okay, guys, while he's getting on Google Maps, this is strange as a mofo. Why would you take a white car out there as the sort of kind of getaway car? I don't know if they're alluding to the fact that Nancy Guthrie could have been in that car. But you're going to pick a white car in the desert? It seems like you would have picked a black car or a very dark car, a dark color car. A white car in the desert, guys, that sticks out like a mofo. That makes no sense whatsoever. And right now, guys, he's getting on Google Maps, and hopefully we'll be able to see some video footage from that, guys. Go ahead, like, comment, share, subscribe, and make sure, guys, if you can find it in your heart to give me a small donation, I would greatly appreciate it. If you don't have it, do not motherfucking worry about it. Don't worry about it. I am Kelly, K to the E, double L-I-E. That's me. From Why I Killed You TV. We waiting for him to get on Google Maps so we can figure out what is what. For the life of me, why would you pick a white car? That's weird. We are, guys, it's official. We are on idiot mode out here. Okay, let's see what JLR investigate. Let's see what he got going on.
Uh-oh. I saw, up.
Break it down.
Look at this.
Let's see shit. I can't see.
Look at that.
There you go. Interesting.
Interesting. Something to something or nothing to nothing.
What do you guys think?
It is interesting, Jasmine. Good looking.
What do you guys think, guys?
This is on Google Maps up the road.
Who knows?
A white vehicle. Let me see. She said.
Speculation.
You could see the occupants in it. He's spinning around. Like right down the street from Nancy Guthrie's home.
Good find,
Just
Jasmine.
send it in.
But is
Send
that
the
it?
tip in. You never know. See something, say something. A Nissan.
Good find.
Murano. You see something, say something.
TMZ Live. There is some interesting information, not just about Nancy Guthrie, but about Savannah Guthrie. So there's been a lot of talk about how does she come back to the Today Show as long as things are unresolved. And the reality is, and our law enforcement sources are saying this, that this case could be unresolved for months, even years.
That's horrible.
Before they find Nancy Guthrie. That is just a stark reality right now. The FBI does not have any solid leads, nor does the Pima County Sheriff's Office. They don't. And
First of all, if I was Savannah Guthrie, and I've said this in other videos, the hell with showbiz. I would be through being in the public's eye. I would be through with that. Okay. Guys, I'm a registered nurse, and if something happened to my mother and I believe that my career has something to do with my mother being missing, boom, I'm done. I'm done. I'm out, and I'm finished. Okay? So Savannah even thinking about coming back to the Today Show is weird to me. That is weird to me. I would not be going back to work until my mother was found, and believe me, she can afford to take some time off. Savannah Guthrie is a freaking millionaire. There's no way. Guys, put it in the comments. There's no way. I'm not going back to work. Nope. Until we find my mama, the Today Show can kiss my behind. And matter of fact, after we find my mother, I would be done with all that getting on television and blah, 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 newscasting or whatever the hell she does. I would be done with it.
They are at a point now where this is becoming a cold case. So
there you go.
Savannah Guthrie acknowledged this in her last video, that it would take a miracle for her mom to be alive at this point. And there are realities to all of this. This is a very religious family. Nancy Guthrie was very religious. And, the closure of finding...
You see how he's talking about her in the past tense. Was a religious person. Nobody really thinks, guys, that she is alive. I'm hoping that she is, but guys, they are already talking about Nancy Guthrie in the past tense, and it is weird because for what reason did this have to happen?
Nancy, whether she's alive or not, is something this family clearly needs. I mean, you see this written all over Savannah's face.
Sad.
As she's spoken
She's
over the
distraught.
last month.
Look at her.
And she's not getting that closure.
Sad.
And so the question, what does she do? Does she come back to the Today Show?
Nope.
And just, as they say, put on a happy face?
No. Won't be able to do it.
Push this to the side for 2 hours a day, or not? And if she decides to come back, when does she do that? And does she address it if she comes back? She's going to have to say something. But it is a shadow, a cloud that will be cast over her. You can just feel it as you watch her, until there's some closure with her mom. So here's what we're told. We're told no decision has been made yet. And that Savannah, we are told, has not communicated anything to NBC in terms of a return date or lack thereof. And the important thing we're told is NBC has absolutely not exerted any pressure on her for any return date, that they are giving her the space she needs right now, but NBC is sitting back and waiting. So I think that, at this point, what you could say is it's up in the air, that, Savannah may come back. She may come back in 2 weeks. She may not come back. We don't know. She hasn't said, but NBC is not putting pressure on her. As for Nancy Guthrie, a video surfaced the other day of a dozen cars that were driving a couple of miles from the residence of Nancy Guthrie in the hours after the kidnapping. Because we know that's when the Google video from the Nest camera captured this person at Nancy's front door.
And that's another thing. Why would all these cars be driving past her home in the wee hours of the morning? Okay. In what might appear to be a community where these people are well established. We're not talking about no teeny boppers throwing parties every 5 minutes. We're talking about in a community, they're well established. These people have jobs, they have careers, not partying in the wee hours of the morning. Why are all these cars driving around in the wee hours of the morning? They said 12 cars. That's a lot of damn cars. That is a lot of damn cars. And I'm telling you this, guys, I would be telling the Today Show to kiss my backside. I would not be coming back until I find my mother. Okay? That's what I would be telling the Today Show.
So that is at 2:12 when the Google search of the Nest camera revealed this man at Nancy's door. So he's there. Now, 2.5 miles away, there's a road, and there are cars going back and forth. One of them, the first one, you see past 19 minutes after that video was taken. So theoretically, 19 minutes would be long enough for somebody perhaps to go inside, take Nancy, put her in a car, and drive those 2.5 miles. So it is possible, in terms of time, that one of those cars could be the kidnapper's car. And there were a dozen of these cars, in that period of time. But the first of which, 19 minutes after the person was on that doorstep. Our FBI sources say that this is a dead end, that the placement of the road against Nancy's house makes no sense, that it's the opposite direction from anything, and they have looked also at the ingress and egress around that road, and they have already looked at this and said there is nothing here. So even though it seems enticing to see that car go by, the FBI, we're told, has already made a decision that there is no real lead produced by the video. So right now, they don't have a suspect. They don't have a person of interest. They do not have a vehicle. They clearly think there is something to that first ransom note that we and 2 local television stations in Tucson received. But as far as we know, they have not been able to track down who wrote that note.
And this is the thing, guys. I've said it in other videos. Why would you pick a celebrity mother? Why would you pick somebody as soon as you kidnapped them? It was already going to be on social media. Okay? It seems like that's what you wanted. You wanted all of this stuff to be in the media. There were other rich people in that neighborhood that you could have kidnapped. But no, you didn't do that. You picked a celebrity mother. And why are you sending information about her kidnapping and ransom notes and this, that, and a third to TMZ? That is weird. It sounds like you want to get caught. It sounds like you are just doing this for the fame, sort of, kind of. Guys, put it in the comments. Tell me what you think about this. This shit is weird.
Nor are they able to track down the person who has been sending us demand letters saying for a certain amount of money, they will give them information leading to Nancy and the kidnapper. So this is becoming a cold case.
Sad.
And it must be an absolute nightmare for
It
the
has
Guthrie
to be.
family.
Hello, my name is Liza. I'm from Louisiana.
Break it down, Liza.
Me personally, I think she should give it a little more time. Roughly, her mom's been missing for 26 days. I don't think they've dotted all their I's, crossed all their T's in that short time frame. I wouldn't return to Today's Show until my mom returned home.
But what happens? But I got to ask you, because think about this. What if they just don't find Nancy? Do you put your life in suspended animation?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. For how long? For 10 years?
Whatever.
If that's how long it takes for my mom to come back, absolutely.
There you go.
Would your mom, I mean, look, God forbid, but would your mom want you to put your life on hold and basically mourn for 10 years and not be productive and not in any way try to become satisfied?
No, you have to look at it from a different point. I would say no, she wouldn't want me to mourn for 10 years, but I would. Being the daughter, I would mourn for 10 years until my mom returns.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Now, where are we right now? There was a setback. They apparently had found a glove several days ago. It's about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. They said this glove matched the gloves that were worn or seemed to be worn by that suspect in the surveillance footage that circulated. I'm sure everybody's seen. They entered it into CODIS, which is the FBI's database. They have 19 million offender profiles and over 1 million forensic profiles. There was no hit. They apparently found DNA in the house.
No hit. No hit. Guys, this Nancy Guthrie, she has been missing about 22 days. She has been missing for 22 days, going on 23 days. Guys, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for watching Why I Killed You TV. Okay? I am Kelly. K to the E, double L-I-E. That's me. Okay? Nancy Guthrie has been missing 22 to 23 days. I'll tell you what one problem I'm thinking it could be. The ransom is low as a mofo. It is low as a mofo. Now, they started off with a ransom of $50,000. And then they increased it to $100,000. And now it is up to $200,000. And I'm going to tell you something, guys. The average mofo can come up with that type of money. Okay, the average mofo can come up with that type of money. Those of you are not familiar with this case, guys, I too did not know who the hell Nancy Guthrie was. I did not know who she was. Okay, she is a celebrity mother. She is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, and Savannah Guthrie plays on the Today Show. Okay, I am telling you guys, as long as that ransom stays low than a mofo, I do not think that we will be finding Nancy anytime soon. Nancy had a medical condition. She had a pacemaker. I believe she was on blood thinners. She was probably on a diuretic to keep the swelling down in her legs, because a lot of people who have pacemakers are often on blood thinners and they're also on diuretics. And guys, this is getting sad. My whole thing is, why is the person or people who are holding Nancy in captivity, why in thy hell would they pick a celebrity mother? Okay, because as soon as you kidnap her, guys, it's going to be all on the news. And another thing, you guys, you with your dumb behind, you sat up there and you sent the ransom note to TMZ. So social media was all in the mofo mix. Guys, this is getting weird.
No indication that it came back on CODIS either. So what they've done is they've entered the DNA from that glove into genetic genealogy. Now, here's the good news, and I'll explain what it is. Genetic genealogy has been used to solve a number of cold cases before. You basically take DNA from a crime scene, you upload it to a public genetic database. There's a family tree. If there is a hit to any relative, a distant relative of the person who did this, through that match and through other investigative tools and other evidence, they can narrow down a suspect. The problem with that is
the problem with that is that take forever. Money or no money, that shit takes forever. That shit takes forever. And guys, I am starting to think that this case is getting cold than a mofo. I am thinking it's cold. Okay, guys, go ahead and put it in the comments. Put it in the comments, guys. What do you think about this particular case? I think it is getting cold. I really do, but people just do not want to say, this is weird.
It's time. And again, time is not something that investigators have and not something that Nancy Guthrie has. At the same time, you're hearing rumors, and this came out a lot in the last 2 days. Is it possible the reason we haven't seen any sign of Nancy is because she was smuggled into Mexico?
What?
It's right near the border. Brian Enton, who is one of the most incredible reporters I've ever seen, he's been on the ground since this broke. He went into Mexico yesterday. And first he said it is incredibly easy to cross the border, particularly if you were carrying somebody.
So you mean to tell me, let me get this straight, guys. He just said it. I didn't say it. You mean to tell me you can carry a mofo into Mexico and nobody thinks anything? Is that what you trying to tell me? You could physically carry a body in Mexico into Mexico and nobody say shit. Okay? And now everybody's wondering why the hell people want to get out of there, because shit is strange. Okay? People are trying to come to the United States from Mexico because Mexico is strange as fuck. You mean to tell me you can carry a body into Mexico and nobody say a damn word about it? Okay, guys, these YouTubers, and I blame a lot of them. However, I love their material, guys. I really do. But I blame a lot of them for this shit not being solved. Okay, contaminating the crime scene. You're all up in the business. Okay, you're all up on Nancy Guthrie's house. I do not understand how social media, how these YouTubers are staying on the property right outside the door, having pizzas delivered, having potato chips delivered, having sodas delivered. This shit is weird as hell to me.
B, there wasn't a clear consensus how much they checked the cameras at the crossing. And while we heard reports that federal authorities here in the United States had issued a formal request to Mexican authorities to look into this, Mexican authorities said we never received a formal request. So I don't know what that means, whether they were informally they talked to them or not. But I just a little while ago saw a quick blurb that there's no indication that they have seen anything about Nancy Guthrie coming into Mexico. But I will say this is something that's interesting. The pharmacies that are in Mexico, and Brian looked into this as well, it is very easy to get the medication that Nancy would need to survive.
And that's the thing, guys. I have always said, anybody, especially if this was an inside job, anybody who was holding Nancy in captivity, if it was an inside job, guys, they had to have stockpiled her medication, because if you didn't stockpile her medication, then guess what? You're going to have another problem on your hands. You're going to have an unalive 84-year-old lady on your hands without the medication that she needs, especially if she was on that blood thinner, especially if she was on that diuretic, guys, because without those, guys, there's a great possibility that she was going to have heart issues while you held her in captivity. She's already under stress because you are holding her in captivity, and that's going to make her heart condition even worse.
So on a hopeful note, you wonder if that's what's happening.
Why are we talking about Mexico? I mean, there's no evidence that she was smuggled into Mexico, right? And there's no even evidence at this point that she was even kidnapped, it seems. Like where is this smuggling into Mexico coming from?
So obviously it's a lot of theories, but they also thought because it's the border. And I will tell you, I was live last week, the week before, where they detained somebody at Rio Rancho who was right by the border. It turned out they cleared him. He wasn't connected to it. But people are coming up with these ideas, and a lot of it is driven by speculation and theories. And I will also tell you, I think authorities are up to 50,000 tips that they're getting and trying to sort through. But
guys, all of this is speculation. Nobody was there, including myself. All of this is speculation. Okay, there was a time everybody was thinking that Nancy's son-in-law, Tommaso, including myself, that there was a great possibility he might have been involved in the unaliving of Nancy. Guys, please, I forgot. Not unaliving. And guys, I take that back. In the kidnapping. Guys, I take that back, because guys, I pray that is not what's going on. Anyway, I take that back. So, let me rewind. Everybody was thinking that Nancy's son-in-law, Tommaso, who is married to Nancy's oldest daughter, Annie, everybody was thinking that it was a great possibility that he had something to do with Nancy being kidnapped. Guys, please erase that unaliving. Matter of fact, since we're on that topic, guys, go ahead and I ask you this every video. Go ahead and put it in the comments whether or not you think that Nancy is still alive or not. Okay, because I'm personally, guys, after all these days, I am personally thinking that there's a great possibility that she might not be alive. I really do. This is getting weird. So there was a great possibility that everybody was thinking Tommaso, who is a school teacher, along with Annie, who's his wife. Both of them are school teachers. They only live 11 minutes away from Nancy, and Nancy lives in a $1 million+ home. Okay, Nancy purchased that home back in 1975 for $85,000, and it's worth over millions of dollars right about now. Okay, below $1 million. Okay, Nice home, over 3,700 square feet. Okay, everybody was thinking there was a great possibility that Tommaso was involved along with his band member. Okay, his band member, Dominique, because Dominique has a criminal history, and Tommaso, from what they said, guys, allegedly, Tommaso had a gambling problem and that they were in debt, Tommaso and his wife, Annie. Okay, when I looked at the videos with Annie and Annie's sisters and her sister, Savannah, and the brother, it looks like she was sincere. Okay, it looked like she was sincere to me, but other people said it didn't look like she was sincere. I don't know, guys. Put it in the comments. Let me know. Do you think that she was looking like she was sincere or not? She looked like she was sincere to me. So anyway, guys, evidently Tommaso and Annie have been cleared by the sheriff's department. However, their asses have not been cleared by the FBI, so we're still waiting on that. But I am thinking, guys, there's a great possibility they might have cleared them a little bit too soon, if you know what I mean. Okay, so guys, the people that I talk about in my videos, guys, these are my personal opinions. Take it or leave it. Do whatever the hell you want to do with it. Okay, guys, the people that I talk about in my videos are presumed innocent until they are found guilty. Okay, all right. These are my personal opinions, guys. My videos are for adults only. Okay, no kids whatsoever. And these videos are for educational purposes alone. Okay, so guys, this is weird. She has been missing for quite some time, and this is really getting weird. I don't know if we will ever find her. It seems like this case is getting cold in a mofo.
Can't tell you, since I'm not part of the investigation, which ones they're taking seriously and why they're exploring this or not. But right now, it's just such a bizarre case and not clear where she is.
Very bizarre.
But do we know that the authorities are investigating the possibility of her being? I mean, obviously they're going to investigate everything, right? That's possible. But there's nothing at this point on the investigative side that leads us to think that they are looking at that as a likely or, potentially plausible explanation with any evidence to back it up, right?
It's a great point. And I will tell you, like with so many things in this case, there's a lot of cross communication and miscommunication, because you have the sheriff, Chris Nanos from the Pima County, who said, well, there's no evidence that we've seen that she was taken to Mexico. Whereas we're also seeing reporting that the federal authorities reached out to Mexican authorities. But they're
so evidently the sheriff, Chris Nanos, they had been all up in his behind because people were upset that Chris went to a ball game. And I've said this in other videos. Chris went to a ball game while this whole case was going on. Okay. And I've said this in other videos, guys. He has over 400 people working for him. Okay. In that police department. He is the sheriff. Okay. His whole life is supposed to change because a case comes up. I think some of you guys are playing the celebrity card on my behind. Okay, because no, his whole life is not supposed to change. Okay, when he is off duty, he need to do whatever the hell he need to do. He has a family of his own. Okay, if he wants to go to a freaking ball game, then guess what? Let him go to a freaking ball game. I think you guys are doing a little bit too much. Okay, he has 400 other people who can follow up on the case while his monkey behind is at a ball game. That's just my personal opinion, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments. Let me know what you think. But that is my personal opinion. His whole life don't have to change just because somebody goes missing, celebrity or not.
Just to make it clear for everybody listening, there is no substantial, significant evidence at this point that Nancy Guthrie was taken to Mexico. And Chris Nanos, again, the sheriffs believe she's still in Tucson.
It doesn't make any sense either, because the point is, okay, if she was kidnapped, she's brought into Mexico. I would assume the only reason would be to protect her, to get a ransom. And yet there hasn't been a ransom request that's been sent directly to the family, as far as I know, right?
There was some communication about whether or not the family was texted information, but you're right. The majority of the significant ransom notes went to TMZ. And I'll tell you, it seems at this point they're not. I mean, obviously authorities are looking at everything, but I don't think they're.
Why would you, as the person that's holding her in captivity, as the person who's wanting ransom, why would you involve the press? Now I am starting to think that might be on some, you trying to get some celebrity status or your 15 minutes of fame. Why would you do that? Okay. Nancy lived in a ritzy part of town. There were all kind of rich people throughout that neighborhood. Why in the hell would you pick her of all people? The second that she went missing, it was already going to be all over the news. But not only did you allow that to happen, you actually started sending ransom notes to TMZ. That's weird.
They're taking it very seriously. I mean, our reporting on the ground suggests that the law enforcement on the ground are not even talking about the ransom notes, because you're right. There has been you had Savannah Guthrie and her family on like day 2 say, we'll pay. And nothing came of it. So it's, again, I that's why people are also saying, is it possible this was a burglary gone wrong? The guy panicked, didn't know what to do. There are aspects of it when you look at that surveillance footage. It's the scariest thing I've seen in quite some time. But like, there's
a burglary gone wrong. I can't get the word out, but a burglary gone wrong. And the only thing missing is a little 84-year-old lady. Who goes to burglarize a house to take a person? That's not a burglary. That's a kidnapping. Okay, let's just say it's a burglary gone wrong. Still, you only took the little old lady. You did not take one item out of that house. Not one item. And I'm going to tell you another thing. They wanted the people holding her ransom. They started off wanting $1 million in Bitcoins because from what I understand, guys, Bitcoins are very hard to trace. That's what they wanted, $1 million of Bitcoin. And then they increased it to $6 million in Bitcoin. And from what I understand, guys, the Guthries refused to pay because they wanted to see some proof of life. Okay, and I don't blame them, because if it was my mother, guess what? You are going to have to show me that my mother is still alive. I'm not about to just take your word for it, okay? And I don't blame them. And evidently, guys, there is a way to track Bitcoin, but from what I understand, it is very hard. I do not understand all the ins and outs of Bitcoin. I'm not going to sit up here and fake the funk and act like I do. But from what I understand, the Guthrie kids sent a small amount in ransom, guys. And when I'm talking about small, I'm talking about small than a mofo, like about $300 in Bitcoin. And so they're sitting around there waiting to see if that money is transferred. Now, I know these people ain't stupid enough to transfer $300 somewhere. If they are, guys, they are really, really strapped for some cash. Because the second that money leaves out of that wallet and goes somewhere else, then voila, we got their asses. But as of right now, I don't think it is transferred anywhere else. So because they did not receive the proof of life that they needed for their mother, then guess what? They didn't send any more money. And I don't freaking blame them.
There's a level of a lack of sophistication taking foliage to try to cover up the tree, but leaving no significant evidence behind to trace back to them is pretty incredible.
Yeah. All right. So we're talking to Jesse Weber about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. You'd mentioned something earlier about DNA taking a while. Do we know how long it would take to get the results once putting it into that database?
I've asked experts about this. They say, as you know, it depends. It depends upon the quality of the sample. And it also, some have said it could take, it could take a few days. Sometimes it could take a few weeks. It depends. But the problem with it, of course, is, and I've said this before and I've said it again, that was a glove. Let's say it's the glove in question. That has been baking in the sun, the Arizona sun, for a while. I'm concerned about what sample they can get. And even if they get a match, it could be, by the way, a glove that's not connected to this case at all. But even if they get a match of somebody or a number of people.
That's my whole thing that I don't understand. That glove was found over 2 miles away. It was found over 2 miles away. And I don't understand how you think that this glove is connected to what's going on with Nancy Guthrie, okay? And I've said this before, guys. At first, they could not find any video footage because Nancy Guthrie, her subscription to her Nest Cam, that was no longer. She did not have a subscription. So evidently, they later on found video footage after digging and digging. They finally found some video footage of a guy fooling around, fumbling around at Nancy's front door, and they believe that this is the person who possibly kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. Okay, somehow they dug into the camera footage that Nancy did not have a subscription for, and they found this guy fumbling around. Okay, my whole thing is this some rich people stuff? Okay, can this be done for the regular person? Because it seems like a whole lot of stuff that they're doing, guys, is for some rich people stuff. Okay, because once they found out somebody broker than a joke did not have a subscription, guys, I think they would have left that shit alone. Okay, but I could be wrong. But they found the video footage, and I tell you what, guys, it looks a lot like Tommaso's bandmate, and his name is Dominique on the far end over there. Okay, Dominic looks like the guy who was fumbling around at the door to me. Dominique does have a history. He has a criminal history. So people and guys, even though they said, and I got to do the allegedly fingers, guys, even though they said that the family was cleared, what about this Dominique guy? What about this band member who already has a criminal history? Guys, this is getting weird. It really is.
People, they have to track it down through everything else they found in this case to somebody who has some connection to that house or Nancy Guthrie. And that's why it will take some time. But look, the Golden State Killer, Brian Koberger, that was used to solve those cases.
Mm-hmm. Talking to Jesse Weber, host of Jesse Weber Live on News Nation at 11 o'clock, Monday to Friday. Jesse, is the current theory or main theory still that she was kidnapped? I mean, do they, because that was right away, within, 24 hours, that's what we were hearing. We believe this is a kidnapping. Do they still believe this was a kidnapping?
Guys, what do you think? Do you think this was a burglary, or do you think it was a kidnapping? I don't know. It's getting weird. Put it in the comments. What do you think? Was it a kidnapping or a burglary, guys? This is getting weird.
They haven't found her. They're not ruling out any possibility about what happened. Now, if they believe that it's not a kidnapping, or they believed it was, like I said, a burglary gone wrong, someone did something to her and took her away. For what purpose, we don't know. But what makes it a lack of a kidnapping is what you said. What would be the incentive to do this? Now, on one hand, right, there's no financial motive. They haven't indicated it or taken it seriously. On the other hand, of course, you're talking about the mother of a nationally recognized TV anchor. And it's as bizarre as that is, you always wonder, is there some sort of motivation or connection attached to that? I'm not entirely sure. But at this point, it seems to me that both federal and local law enforcement are trying to keep whatever information they have close to the chest, considering there was a lot of miscommunication at the beginning of this.
And look, there have been a couple of people who were detained and questioned as people of interest who've, I don't know, I don't want to say they've been cleared, but they're not considered suspects or even persons of interest anymore. Do we know what led them to those people?
Short answer, no. Here's the interest.
You know why the short answer is no? Because I believe they went on a wild goose chase. I believe they went on a wild goose chase, picking up any and everybody. Okay, you remember the first person they detained, his name was Carlos, and guys, please forgive me because I do not know how to pronounce his last name. Anyway, they detained Carlos. Evidently, Carlos had a job where he delivered packages. I don't know if he worked for UPS or whatever the case may be, but, and then also I believe he did Uber or DoorDash, whatever the case may be, and sometimes he would bring his family along. Anyway, they detained him. And they messed up his door. They took his cell phones. They took his computers. They jacked up his house. And I want to know who the hell going to pay for that. I'm serious. Who is going to pay for that? You detained him and you let him go. And who the hell going to pay for that? I am serious about that, guys. That is weird. If you let him go, that probably means that, you don't believe he had anything to do with it. Because if you did, he would probably be in jail. This is weird.
Part about it. Okay. I was live when this was happening, and you saw SWAT teams and law enforcement conduct these searches and detain individuals. And, you know, we can't even get a straight answer about whether or not the people that were detained last week, 3 people, if their phones were even given back to them. We don't know. We don't know what led authorities to these individuals. However, one more thing I have to mention. Apparently, authorities have a list of 40 people that they have said, I don't know if you call them suspects, individuals that they're thinking about, and they're looking a little bit more into. And they've actually used polygraph examinations to clear people in this case. Now, is it those people that were detained? Not entirely sure. But there's aspects of this case that you would say is a standard investigation. I remember when I was covering it live, I had law enforcement members on who said this is common. They find a tip, they go to it, they'll question somebody. It looks strange to you because you're not part of the investigation, Jesse. And I'm like, okay, but yeah, there's so many 180s in this case. It looks strange.
Right, but they also knocked down a guy's door, right? I mean, it's not like they just questioned a guy and then they wanted to clear him.
You know, at some point, guys, when does this become like racial profiling? Okay? Because I don't mean to get on the racial tip, but if this had been a Caucasian dude, okay, with a halfway decent job, we're not talking about a guy delivering freaking packages. Would you have knocked down his door the same freaking way? Would you have took his cell phones and his computers and ran through all his house and knocked down his damn door? Would you have done the same thing? I'm serious about that, guys. I'm serious. This shit is getting, I mean, it seems like they're just going willy-nilly throughout everybody's house, you know, and pulling people to the side of the curb and without any solid proof. Go ahead and put it in the comments, guys. Do you think that they did Carlos wrong? Because I believe they did Carlos monkey behind wrong. And I'll tell you what, guys, if I was Carlos, I would be, there would be a lawsuit in the horizon for those FBI agents who did me like that. If I was Carlos, if Carlos knows what I know, he need to get a lawsuit ready. But the whole thing with Carlos is up on there smiling. He act like he says that he's distraught, but your facial expressions do not match, and you better change that shit up if you want some money.
With at least one of these guys, they went into his house, right? And like, you know, knocked down the door and et cetera. There must have been
search warrants. Search warrants.
Yeah.
They had to get a search warrant. Yeah. That's no easy task. You got to go to a judge.
So what about facial recognition? I mean, you know, this is very high tech these days, the ability to identify people based on facial recognition. Law enforcement now uses it as a tool throughout the country. And again, I don't know how much you dug into this on your show, but is it just that they don't have enough of his face from behind the mask?
That's exactly right. I've spoken to digital forensic experts who says there have been incredible advances in technology, particularly with the use of AI. The closest they can, well, there's 2 parts about it. The closest they can get, obviously, is that one photo. I'm sure anybody who's been following the case has seen it, where you can kind of see the makings of the mouth, the facial hair, the eyes. It's not enough, from what I'm told, to create a profile. However, I had on a sketch artist who, like a nationally renowned sketch artist who has helped solve cases in the past.
Bring it.
She created a rendering. If you look it up, it's circulated. She based it off of whatever she could see, the head shape, the beard. I don't know if it's accurate. I know it's circulated. There are people who've taken that image and ran with it to try to look at suspects they believe. But right now, I mean, it's interesting. That surveillance footage sometimes is better than we've seen in other cases, but it's also not great.
My whole thing, in a nutshell, is that the person that they caught on camera fumbling around at Nancy's door, okay, that person had no knowledge or probably had never been at Nancy's front door ever. Okay, I believe that there was more than one person. Okay, it was that person who was at the front door who was meant to throw us off the beaten path of what was really going on. Because what was really going on, in my opinion, guys, was at the back door. The back door that was either purposely unlocked by somebody who was familiar with that home, or Nancy Guthrie forgot and left the back door unlocked. The person, the real person who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, in my opinion, guys, take it or leave it, do whatever the hell you want to do with it. That person was very familiar with Nancy Guthrie's home. This is my personal opinion. Whether it be a family member, and guys, we already know that the family members have already been ruled out. We already know that. Put it in the comments, guys, what you think. I'm just letting you know what I think, okay? I believe that the person who was at the back door got in through the back door. The back door somehow was unlocked. Maybe that person unlocked it before and knew that Nancy Guthrie would never check it again. Okay, that house was huge. Okay, Nancy Guthrie did not have time to walk. First of all, she couldn't walk around very good. Okay, she did not have time to check all of those doors to make sure that they were locked every freaking night. Because, guys, once you lock a door and you're the only one living there, you know that the door didn't, pop open by its damn self. You already know that, okay? And I'm not necessarily saying that the person who went in through the back door was a family member. I am saying, this is my personal opinion, that the person was familiar with the home, okay? It could have been a pool boy. It could have been a lawn guy. It could have been a roofer. Guys, it could have been a maid, whatever the case may be. It had to have been, in my personal opinion, somebody who was already familiar with that home. That is my personal opinion, guys. Go ahead and put it in the comments what you think. The person who was fumbling around at the front door, I believe that person was put there on purpose to throw us off the beaten path. That person had never been there before. There's no way in hell you could make me think they had been there before, guys. Nancy had a big-ass metal front door. Okay, there is no way, security door, there is no way that person could have penetrated that door. I don't care what they had, okay? And all they had was a flashlight, okay? Some brush that they pick up off the floor, and a backpack that had reflectors on it. And that's another thing. Why would you show up to a property, okay, with reflectors on, a backpack that had reflectors on it? Because those reflectors were going to light up like a freaking Christmas tree every time a car passed you. So that made absolutely no sense to me why somebody would wear a backpack like that. To me, the person at the front door, guys, was meant to throw us off. The real activity was going on at the back door. Okay, you cannot tell me anything different. I would be very shocked if it was anything different. Go ahead, guys, and put it in the comments and tell me what you think, okay? Because these are my personal thoughts. This is what I think happened, okay? And, guys, this is one thing to think about. I'm going to put this on your mind. There were a lot of cameras that were smashed once they got into Nancy's back door, right? A lot of cameras were smashed, okay? That person had to have known how many cameras to smash. Okay, they would have to have known, hey, Nancy has 5 cameras. I'm just throwing that number out there, guys. I'm not really sure how many cameras she had. You're not going to break into a home and you don't know how many cameras they got. Okay, if it was an inside job, guys, that person had to have known how many cameras that Nancy had. That was a big old house. She could have hit a lot of cameras. You sitting up there smashing 3 cameras and Nancy got 5 because you've never been up in there before. That makes no sense to me. It's not like Nancy's going to sit up here and tell you, oh, I got 3 cameras over there and there's 2 down there and there's 1 down. No, she's not going to do that. Okay, because Nancy was probably thinking that those cameras were working. Okay, and I've said this in other videos. I believe that, and this is the reason why I'm thinking that it's an inside job. Okay, I am believing that, guys, when your parents get older, guess what? You start paying their bills, whether you use your own money or their money or whatever the case may be, because they have a tendency to forget, okay? And you start paying their bills. And I believe, and I said this in other videos, that there was a great possibility that somebody stopped paying that Nest Cam bill on purpose, knowing that there was a great possibility that later they were going to enter that home and that they did not want that camera to record their activity. All right, let's finish this video.
Have to make some guesses. And they try to give you the big picture of what the person could look like, which I would think is of some value. Final question here. Do they believe, and I know that they haven't said whether, they believe it's multiple suspects or one. We have one person we see on this video, right, on the surveillance. Is there any indication there was more than one person involved?
I've seen experts who are on TV believe that it could be multiple people involved. Authorities haven't come out and definitively said we believe multiple people involved, but I'm sure it's a theory they're considering. And I will also say add more thing. The clothing that suspect was wearing and the backpack, that I think was key, right? So it's this Ozark Trail backpack, can only be purchased at Walmart. I have to assume they are going through all the local Walmarts in the Pima County area, the Tucson area, to see purchase history. Those gloves are very specific. The mask is specific. The jacket, I think, was identified by Teamy.
I'm going to tell you what, guys, if that outfit was purchased recently, and if they purchased it all together, but regardless if they purchased it all together or not, we're going to get their ass. We're going to get them. Okay? But if this was not a recent purchase, guys, it's going to take them a long time to decipher who the heck bought that getup that person was wearing at the front door. Okay? And they were saying that the person was roughly anywhere between 5'9", 5'10", in height, and wore a size 12 shoe. So they're narrowing stuff down. But just like I said, guys, I don't believe that the person at the front door was the brains behind this whole thing. I believe the person that we cannot see on camera at the back door, that is the brains of this entire operation, in my opinion.
TMZ, that again. So this is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping you take that, the purchase records, and then you combine it with whatever is found in genetic genealogy. That's how an investigation can narrow down. It takes time. But again, that's what I'm hoping is happening behind the scenes.
So I'd like to thank Politics for this great synopsis that he did concerning the Nancy Guthrie case.
For more than a week, investigators said there was no usable footage from the home of Nancy Guthrie in the Catalina foothills north of Tucson, Arizona. The doorbell camera had been torn from the wall. The recordings were believed lost. Then, on February 10th, FBI Director Kash Patel released 4 recovered images: a masked figure, gloved hands, a backpack, and what appeared to be a holstered firearm. If that footage existed all along, what else does it reveal? Nancy Ellen Long was born on January 27, 1942, in Fort Wright, Kentucky. She later married mining engineer Charles Guthrie, traveled internationally for his work, and eventually settled in Tucson, Arizona. Their daughter Savannah was born in Melbourne in 1971. After Charles Guthrie died suddenly in 1988 during a mining trip in Mexico, Nancy...
You know what's jacked up about... You know what's jacked up, guys. And I don't have this problem, but I am sure that a lot of celebrity kids might have this problem. You notice he only mentioned Savannah. He didn't mention the birth of anybody else. He went right into Savannah, and Savannah is the youngest child. Why would you just bring up Savannah's name? You wouldn't mention when the older brother was born. You wouldn't mention when Annie was born. You just mentioned Savannah. This is weird. And I believe that's why a lot of these celebrity kids cannot cope, because they are just always following in the footsteps of their parents, or they're following in the footsteps of their siblings, or whatever the case may be. A lot of you actually brought up the fact that it might have been some jealousy going on with Annie and Savannah. Okay, we're not sure. But guys, I don't want to get on this tangent of still thinking that maybe Annie and Annie's husband, Tommaso, might have been involved. But all I'm going to say is that I believe there's a great possibility that I believe that they were cleared too soon. I am not saying allegedly, because I ain't trying to get sued, that they were involved, because they've already been cleared according to the sheriff's department. However, the FBI still has to clear them. Okay. But I'm just saying how it's sad that even though his commentary is good, I loved it, and we're about to watch this mofo, he only brought up the celebrity child. He didn't bring up the other kids.
Raised 3 children and worked for nearly 2 decades at the University of Arizona. Cameron became a fighter pilot. Annie became a poet and teacher. Savannah became the co-anchor of the Today Show. At 84, Nancy remained mentally sharp and fiercely independent. Though she relied on a pacemaker and daily medication, she had lived in the same desert home for more than 50 years. On the evening of January 31st, 2026, she had dinner at Annie's home, played cards with family, and was dropped back at her residence at 9:48 p.m. The garage opened. 2 minutes later, it closed. She has not been seen since.
And this is what I'm saying, guys. Tommaso evidently dropped off Nancy back at the home after she went and had dinner over Annie's house. Okay? He dropped her back off. It took her 2 minutes to get in the house from the garage and close the garage door. How do we know that Tommaso didn't bring his monkey behind inside the house for that quick 2 minutes? And he could have done it. Even though that house was over 3,700 square feet, guys, you could do a lot in 2 minutes in that house if you've been there before. He could have gotten in the house to help his mother-in-law inside of the house. And he could have went to the back door and unlocked it, knowing that his monkey behind was going to come back there later. A lot can happen in 2 minutes inside of a home that you're familiar with. Okay? I'm just throwing that out there, guys. Allegedly. Go ahead, put it in the comments what you think, guys. And please do not forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular YouTube channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And push the notification bell when I produce more videos, guys. You will be notified. I would greatly appreciate that.
So what happened between 9:50 p.m. and sunrise? The timeline that followed is precise. At 1:47 a.m., Nancy's doorbell camera disconnected. Investigators stated this was not a routine outage.
Now, I'm thinking that it was a verbal error on, excuse me, I can't get it out, a verbal error on his part, because some of the stuff he says does not coincide with the timeline that is found on the internet. So, guys, please excuse that. Let's go.
The device did not simply lose power, it was physically removed. Roughly 30 minutes later, around 2:15 a.m., motion was detected on the property, but the camera that would have recorded that movement was already gone. Then, at 2:28 a.m., Nancy's pacemaker stopped syncing with her Apple devices. That timestamp is critical. According to her family, she depended on that device and daily medication for survival. The next morning, February 1st, she failed to attend a scheduled virtual church service. Calls went unanswered.
And that's another thing. A lot of you out there, oh, she didn't go to church. She ain't been to church since 2002. Anyway, I'm just making that year up. Guys, she went to church online with her friends. Okay, she would meet over her friend's house and they would go to church. Okay, so that is not true that she did not go to church. She went to church online. And when she did not show up to her friend's house to go to church online, that's how they figured out something was going on with Nancy.
By midday, a family member arrived at the house. Her vehicle was still in the garage. Her wallet remained inside. Medication sat untouched on the counter. Blood was found on the front porch. By that afternoon, the Pima County Sheriff's Department had declared the property a crime scene.
So they said that the blood that was found on the front porch was that of Nancy Guthrie. And I've said this in other videos and I'm going to say it again. I do not believe, and I'm hoping that that I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. I am hoping because of the blood thinners that Nancy was on, I am hoping that her nose became engorged because she was stressed the fuck out. These people were in her home. Okay? And I believe that the blood vessels in her nose became engorged and she started having a nosebleed and maybe she passed out. They were saying, the police were saying that it was low velocity blood, meaning that it was a great possibility that Nancy, when she started her nosebleed, that she was probably at ground level. And I'm hoping that they didn't physically harm her. Okay, God dog it. She was only she was 84 years old. Would you physically hurt an 84-year-old person like that? That is weird. So I'm hoping that maybe she passed out after her nose started bleeding. And that is the reason why we have blood droplets out there. My whole thing in a nutshell is you took her out the front door. okay? Because you knew by taking her out the back door. Guys, the terrain was very uneven out there. Now, I'm not saying in Nancy's backyard per se it was uneven, but the terrain around Nancy's home was really uneven, okay? So there is no way that she could have walked by herself. That's probably why when Tommaso dropped her off, she came in through the garage, okay? Because the terrain out there is uneven. And guys, people are saying that there was a great possibility that that person walked to Nancy's house. Now, I believe they did walk to the house. I don't believe they pulled that car all the way up to the house. Even people are saying that, people are saying that there was no car. I don't believe that. I believe that there was a car, okay? But they knew they could not have the car at a great distance from the house because Nancy couldn't walk. And she was 150 pounds, and they knew that they was going to have to carry her mofo behind. That's what they knew.
The following morning, the FBI had joined the investigation. Sheriff Chris Nanos stated that Nancy did not have dementia and could not have walked far on her own due to limited mobility.
She was sharp.
She could barely manage 50 yards without assistance. So if she did not leave voluntarily, how was she removed and by whom? The blood on the porch was tested. DNA confirmed it belonged to Nancy.
But
the most significant evidence, the surveillance footage, appeared to be missing until it wasn't. For 8 days, federal...
That's what I'm saying. Let's just take this in. Let's take this in. Even from this aerial view, guys, you can see biggest day that there's really not another home in close proximity to Nancy Guthrie's home. She already couldn't walk, okay? From what I understand, she had just got that roof refinished, okay? Maybe the person who refinished the roof, maybe they had something to do with it, okay? With the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. And guys, earlier I did say the unaliving of Nancy Guthrie, and I do apologize for that because I did not mean that, okay? Let's just take this in, okay? This home is 3,777 square feet, okay? Nancy probably couldn't even make it to the pool, okay? You know, it probably would take her forever. From what I understand, she walked with a cane. My whole thing is, why in thy hell is a woman that's 84 years old that has medical problems, you know, on a blood thinner, probably on a diuretic, can't walk around that good. Why is she living out there on her own? Okay, it seems like, guys, if you look looking at this photo in the away from the pool, guys, a cat corner to the pool, it looks like there might have been an in-law arrangement there. Okay, why wouldn't you allow, as the kids, and your mom is getting older, probably Nancy didn't want nobody up in her mofo house living with her, but why wouldn't you allow somebody to live in that in-law suite? Okay, just so they could be in close proximity, because it looks like it's an in-law suite, guys. I could be wrong. I ain't never been there. Okay, speculation all day long. Why wouldn't you allow somebody to live in that in-law suite? Okay, I don't understand that. She had enough room for somebody else to be there. I understand when you get older, guys. Believe me, I know. People are going to, older people don't want nobody up in their home. But why not let somebody live in an in-law suite? And if it wasn't an in-law suite, guess what? Make it out to be one. Okay? Put it in the comments, guys. What do you think? This lady shouldn't have been out there by herself. And guys, they did not have any street lights. The whole community prided themselves on not having any street lights. This is weird. This is not a safe environment.
Agents and local investigators worked with private sector specialists to recover corrupted or deleted data from Nancy's Google Nest surveillance system. What they eventually uncovered was not a full recording, but fragments. 4 black and white still images, a masked individual standing on her porch in the early hours of February 1st. The camera captured the figure reaching toward the lens, then attempting to block it, then pulling a plant to obscure the view. Moments later, the feed went dark. The recovered images show a person wearing a ski mask with openings for the eyes and mouth. Both hands are gloved. A backpack is strapped to their shoulders. Positioned at the waist, appears to be a holstered firearm. Investigators...
And you know what, guys? People were, in the beginning, saying that they thought that this was an image of a woman. Okay, because there was some mascara. Guys, please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to this particular video in this particular YouTube channel. And also push that doggone notification bell right the hell now. Okay, but anyway, they were saying because of the mascara, and it seems like this person wasn't a big person. Like I said, they were estimated to be about 5'9", 5'10". The only thing that threw me off, I didn't think that this was a woman because the shoe size is like a 12, and that's very rare for a woman to wear a size 12, okay? The whole thing in a nutshell, how they were holding that gun holster was right there, and I've said this before, guys, it was right there at the Beans and Frank area, if you know what I mean, okay? Who carries a gun holster right there where the Beans and the Frank are located? Not a man. A man is not going to do that. Okay, so that sort of kind of threw me off. But now everybody is pretty much on the same page and saying that this is definitely a man. Let's check it out.
Described the suspect as male, approximately 5'9" to 5'10" average build, with what appeared to be a black mustache visible through the mask. The backpack was identified as a black 25L Ozark Trail hiker pack, sold exclusively at Walmart. Law enforcement began working with Walmart management to review purchase data. The whole...
Okay, before we get any further, the band member, Dominique, who's on the far end from me, guys, to me, in my opinion, he fits the description of the person fumbling around at Nancy Guthrie's front door, okay? The little thin eyebrows, the little thin lips, the eyes that look like he has mascara underneath it. At the time, his mustache is not that thick. That person didn't have a thick mustache either. But to me, it looks like it's a great possibility that it could be the band member. And guys, we haven't heard anything from the freaking band member. Okay, this is weird. This is weird. Let's check it out.
The holster's design and positioning drew attention. Officers canvassed gun shops across Arizona, seeking recognition of the style. There was also a possible ring visible beneath the glove material. Sheriff Nanos confirmed that forensic teams were analyzing whether that detail could assist identification. Every pixel was being examined. Then another...
So they were saying that a person who would wear a ring to something like this, to this type of kidnapping, either that ring has some sentimental value where they didn't want to take it off, or the ring was pretty much stuck and they couldn't take it off. Okay, and so this might help to identify who this person could be. Okay, this person was covered up good, guys. It's going to be very hard to figure out who this person is, and evidently they are saying that this glove was found over 2 miles away from Nancy's home. That glove was found. Who the hell does something like this and then throws gloves out the window? It's weird. But they also said, guys, there were 16 gloves found out there close to Nancy's home. And evidently, guys, this is just careless police work. And guys, I'm not here to say anything bad about the police because I do not like bashing the police. But guys, this is some careless police work if they found 16 gloves outside of Nancy's home. And it's all related to the people who are investigating this case. This is weird.
Their discovery shifted the investigation. Approximately 2 miles from Nancy's home, gloves were located on the side of the road.
Weird.
In total, around 16 pairs were collected during area searches. Most were discarded by volunteer searchers. But one pair appeared consistent with those worn by the masked figure. Preliminary testing at a private forensic lab in Florida identified male DNA on that pair, an unknown male, not Nancy, not a family member. The profile was submitted to the FBI Combined DNA Index System, KODs. No match was found among more than 19 million offender profiles. This suggests the contributor had never...
I'm going to tell you something, guys. If I were in charge of this case, unless you lived in that neighborhood, you would not be allowed in that neighborhood. I don't know why. They had YouTubers going out there, and guys, I bless them. Bless them, because I used some of their video footage, so bless them. But if I was in charge of that, oh, hell no. If you didn't live in that neighborhood, you would be nowhere near that home. Okay? Those neighbors who come down there and they get interviewed, hell no. That's not going to happen. Okay? They had people delivering pizza out there, people delivering potato chips, people delivering soda out there. That would have not happened. That home would have been roped off. You would not have been allowed down there. That is weird. They have all kind of people out there contaminating the whole scene. And it's weird. And I don't know why that was allowed to go on. Guys, put it in the comments. What do you think? Should those YouTubers be allowed to go down there? Even the media, even the news. I'll tell you what, guys. I would have let people in the news and those YouTubers, I would allow them to be at the entryway of the community. And that's it. That would have been it. Because, guys, it's just too much. Things are getting contaminated. Look at all these freaking gloves they found. Guys, put it in the comments. What do you think?
Never been entered into the federal system for a qualifying offense. Investigators then announced they would pursue genealogical DNA analysis,
which takes forever.
A method used to identify relatives and build family trees when direct database matches fail. But genealogical analysis takes time, and time may be critical.
Boom.
Meanwhile, ransom communications began appearing. On February 2nd, a Tucson television station received an email containing a ransom note. It reportedly included details about Nancy's home and what she was wearing that night. Information that would...
Why are these people, these kidnappers, involving social media, involving TMZ? And I'm starting to think, is this not about the money? Are you trying to get some type of fame? Why are you involving these people? Because the likelihood of your behind getting caught is going to be great. I don't get it. They're sending ransom notes to TMZ. They're all on the internet. It's weird to me.
Suggest inside knowledge. Verification needed. Additional ransom messages demanded millions of dollars in Bitcoin and included a cryptocurrency wallet address and deadlines. One message claimed Nancy was alive but frightened. However, investigators cautioned that high-profile cases attract opportunists. On February 5th, Derek Fella, a 42-year-old from Hawthorne, California, was arrested on federal charges.
Now, he is a dumbass. He's a dumbass. You got to sit up here and make a fake ransom note. Okay? You deserve to be under the jail. You guys, there should be some serious time that he's going to serve for sending out this fake ransom note. This is weird.
Prosecutors alleged he posed as Nancy's abductor and sent fraudulent ransom demands.
Prison.
Authorities stated he had no involvement in her disappearance. If some ransom messages were fabricated, were any authentic? That question remains unresolved. Sheriff Nanos publicly cleared members of the Guthrie family as suspects on February 17th, stating that their phones, computers, and vehicles had been processed.
What do you guys think about the sheriff? Okay? Guys, he probably they said this type of thing never happened in this community at all. Okay, so I think he is doing a damn good job. Okay, yeah, people criticized him about going to a game. Okay, guys, I said this early, he has over 400 people working for him. Okay, so what, he went to a game? It's not like he dropped the ball and somebody was not investigating the case while he was at the game. I have no problems with him going to the game. Whether it's my mother or Savannah's mother, whoever's mother it is, I have no problem with him going to the game. I'm sure some of his men and women were still on the freaking case. I think he is doing a decent job, but what I will say is, I don't think he should have cleared all other family members just so quick. Because, guys, I have my own theory that whoever did this, guys, that was not their first time in and around that house. Now, that fool that was at the front door, yeah, that was his first time all day long. but I'm saying who actually kidnapped her from the back door, in my opinion, they had been there before.
And that they were victims. Investigators expanded their search radius and requested residents within a 2-mile area review surveillance footage from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight and January 31st between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. Those specific date requests suggest investigators believe pre-incident surveillance may have occurred. That possibility remains under investigation. The reward for information has increased to $100,000.
Boom, wrong.
Between $40,000 and $50,000.
It has increased to $200,000. Okay, and I've said this earlier, guys, and I've said this in other videos. That is not going to cut it. $200,000 is not going to cut it, guys. They started off at $50,000 and they went up to $100,000, and now they up to $200,000. Guys, there's some broke ass people that can come up with that money. There are some broke people that can come up with that money. I don't think $200,000 is going to cut it. We're talking about a celebrity mother. Guys, they're going to have to push that puppy to $1 million. Okay, if they are serious about this, and we already know Savannah got it. They said Savannah makes anywhere between $6 to $8 million per year. They said her net worth is $40 million. Her net worth is $40 million. Savannah, you're going to have to dig deeper in your pocket, because $200,000 is not going to cut it. There's some broke ass people that can come up with that money. Guys, put it in the comments. Put it in the comments. What do you think? That it's going to have to be increased. It's going to have, the Guthrie family is going to have to increase it.
50,000 leads have been fielded. Multi-agency teams continue ground searches in the desert terrain surrounding her home. The manufacturer of Nancy's pacemaker is working with authorities to determine whether the device itself can be located. So far, there has been no public breakthrough. Nearly 3 weeks after Nancy Guthrie vanished from her home in the Arizona desert, the masked individual captured in those recovered images has not been identified. Genealogical DNA analysis is underway. Digital forensic efforts continue to examine residual data from the surveillance system. Investigators remain focused on the early morning window between 1:47 a.m. and 2:28 a.m. on February 1st. Was this a targeted act linked to Savannah Guthrie's public profile? Was it a planned abduction based on routine surveillance?
And you know what, guys? People were also alluding to the fact that maybe Savannah, because ratings increased when she went to medical leave. The ratings of the Today Show increased when her ass left. She like, oh, hell, oh, that ain't about to happen. And guys, she actually wanted the television crew to come to her doctor's appointments. I think she had some kind of vocal cord surgery. Guys, put it in the comments if you know what kind of procedure she had. So the ratings of the Today Show went the hell up after she left. And so people were starting to think that maybe she wanted to pretend like her mother was kidnapped. And maybe she's hiding her away in Mexico to get her ratings up. Okay, because she want to make sure she get back on that mofo show, because that is not a good sign when the ratings go up while you on medical leave. That's weird.
Or was there another motive entirely? What the evidence shows is preparation. What it does not yet show is identity. Nancy's medication remains on her kitchen counter. Her car remains in the garage. Yellow roses have appeared outside her home. And somewhere beyond the Catalina foothills, the unanswered question persists. Who stood on that porch at 2 a.m.?
Exactly.
And where is Nancy Guthrie now?
So, guys, I love JLR Investigates. I love it. Okay. Because, guys, I'm a small channel. And first of all, guys, I'm going to let you know something right now. We are on our way to 4,000 subscribers. Okay. Just a couple of weeks ago, not even a couple of weeks ago, guys, we were on our way to 3,000 subscribers. We on our way to 4,000 subscribers. And I thank each and every one of y'all. I really do. Now, I love all of these YouTubers going out there. For the life of me, and I said this before, I don't know why they are allowing the media to be so close to what's going on at Nancy Guthrie's home. Guys, to me, it's weird as shit. It's weird. I don't know why they're allowing that, but they are allowing it. And guys, to me, that is contaminating the crime scene. Okay, it is contaminating the crime scene. Guys, we're going to look at a little bit of this video footage. And like I said, I thank JLR Investigates for all of the material that he has posted. Guys, go ahead and check out his channel. I'm sure I don't have to say check out his channel because all you mofos already know about his channel because his channel was the bomb. Okay, I love his channel, but I disagree with them actually being out there. But guess what, guys? If I ever get to the point where I'm flying different places and getting video footage and the police and the FBI are allowing me to do it, guess what? I'm going to be out there too. So I do not blame him because in my opinion, if I was in charge of this case, guys, ain't no way in hell. Okay? JLR will not be nowhere near the scene. Him, any of the media people, any of the news people, guys, they would be in the front entryway of that community. That is as far as they would get. Guys, put it in the comments. What do you think? Put it in the comments. Do you think that these people need to be standing out there? Guys, this is causing chaos, number one. Okay? And they are contaminating the freaking crime scene, if you ask me. Guys, make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe to this particular video on this particular YouTube channel. And guys, please don't forget to push the notification. And please do not forget to go over to JLR, to his YouTube channel. His shit is the bomb. He has been out there for weeks. Okay, him and some other people been out there for weeks, guys. We're going to chime in here for a little bit to see what's going on. But as of right now, guys, this case is looking like it's getting cold in a mofo.
A little bit better while we wait from the sun. But anyway, glad you guys got a tent. Thank you. Doing it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. I'm going to put the view here. I like this view as the sun goes down. Very nice guy. All right, JLR investigates outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Sunday.
That's weird.
Day 22. Where is Nancy?
Day 22, guys.
We'll go over here tomorrow. We'll be good. Be safe and secure, safe and sound.
Right outside the house. Weird as hell. That's weird.
Man, I had to give thanks to you for all you do, Dale.
Oh, yes, sir. What's your name again? I saw you.
Juice.
The Juice.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we talked to the Juice. How's it going, Juice?
It's doing all right, man. It's doing all right.
So, you've been down here multiple times. Has your take or perspective of the situation changed?
A lot, yeah. I mean, I think we have more to speculate on than we did before. I don't think anything had happened the last time we spoke, as far as the raid and them finding the glove.
That's the last time we spoke, right? It's been a while.
Before that, yeah.
Wow, man, it's been a minute. Like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So you're local, right?
I think this case might have gone cold, guys. Put it in the comments what you think.
So where could a body be around?
You know, I was talking to my girl about that. There's many places to put a body here, but I really don't see that guy putting a body anywhere out here. I feel like, I don't even think, well, he's had enough time, but
yeah,
from that moment in time that, they did take Nancy out of her home, I don't think that it happened that night, if they were to bury a body. But
you say they, you think there's more than one?
Most definitely, yeah, because if you see in the video when he goes up to the door, people, I think a lot of us are mistaking it for him looking like he's going to knock on the door.
Yep.
But I think it's more so him trying to find that camera. That's what it looks like to me, at least. I think he's trying to find the camera.
I didn't think he was going to knock on the door. Who knocks on the door? That's crazy. Excuse me, guys. That's crazy.
But he's been doing a lot of speculations on this. I think his name's Luke, right? The guys that got
busted up.
Yeah. There's a video showing his hand swollen in that video, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh,
It was
really?
the same hand. Yeah, the same hand. His name's Monk. Just type in Monk, Nancy Guthrie. The most recent video he's done today. And I think he's had some pretty interesting points, but yeah, it seems like it's going to be a while before we hear anything. We definitely know the FBI knows a lot more than they're telling us, that's for sure.
So a woman came here earlier today, said her husband works at the cleaner at the Segura National Park. He said feds were up there last week.
I heard that on your video. That's about maybe 37 minutes from here.
I wonder what they were doing up there in the national park. If she's lying, she could be lying. I mean, people can come up and say whatever. I'd say, hey, show me your receipts. But she told me, she said I could share that information, but she wanted to tell me on mute. So I muted it down.
Did you hear whether or not Nancy has a niece that has relations to that Luke guy at all?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. No. I haven't seen any connection.
Speculations,
I know
guys.
one gentleman came on my stream and said that,
Speculations.
And, some people have said, no, there's no connection. I don't think those people are connected to the Guthrie family. We're talking about Kayla Day and Luke or any of them.
It's really hard not to get too distracted on the wrong spectrum.
But man, people have been sending me crazy pictures of Kayla, man. Kayla Day is the woman that got arrested that was affiliated with Luke.
Yeah.
Man, there's some dark, sinister stuff, man, with knives and guns.
Hey, you've been keeping this thing alive, though, man. I couldn't think.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, thank you.
He been out there for weeks.
Been in tune. I haven't missed a day.
Really? So you're so
one.
invested in this?
Oh yeah, I'm obsessed with this, man.
I am too, because I want to know what happened. But I'm waiting for the next development.
Me too.
Yeah, when that's gonna happen?
We're waiting to see what happens next.
Yeah, me too.
Who gets arrested? And these things you never know. I mean, they just pop up out of nowhere when somebody gets arrested. I mean, it could be any minute. It could be tonight. Overnight, tomorrow, next week, 1 year. I mean,
let's hope so. A year? Don't say that shit.
Like, as far as like that happening at night, if they were to, I feel like they would do it in the afternoon or like morning if they had something ready for us to.
I mean,
but who knows? Who knows?
There's things that go down. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Literally, I have to wait and see.
So you think there was more than one, or you feel like there was one?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I personally haven't seen any evidence of more than one person.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's grainy videos and people have enhanced the videos and see light on the side of the video.
A lot of people out there.
I haven't seen any evidence that it's more than one person. But
contaminating everything
tells me there's more than one person.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, I don't know how
I think it's more than one.
This off and be able to do this. Though one person, less people involved, maybe better chance of getting not caught because there's no other witnesses and no co-defendants. So yeah, I just don't know. It's baffling.
It's weird.
I could do the argument for it. I could do the argument not.
Who's making the allegation that Nancy has a hard time walking? Because I do physical therapy.
Okay, so neighbors have told me they've seen her go to her mailbox with a cane, like a cane, and she just had mobility issues, slow.
Yeah. Because typically somebody with a walker is considered a pretty independent person, and then
how is that? You independent, but you use a walker. What?
Assistance that night. I mean, unless you could ask the Uber driver, of course, to come help you walk to the car, but.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't even know who the Uber driver was. We don't even know what she was wearing when she was out.
Yeah. Might not reach out right now, though. I'm sure he's heard about this. Still haven't brought back Nancy's car.
Where is Nancy's car?
That's a good question.
Where's Annie and Tommaso's car?
Driving at 84. Interesting. She's pretty independent.
Annie and Tommaso's car could be. Could be. Yes, sir.
Why they still have Annie and Tommaso's car?
Oh wow. Got some new stuff going. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Got some laying of things.
They right outside the house, chilling like a villain.
phases.
They sitting in her driveway. This is heartbreaking.
We should go check out the park tomorrow and take a drive to the park tomorrow. Where is Nancy's car? It's a good question.
They out there deep. They ain't going home no time soon.
We didn't get anything that we've heard come out of Nancy's car with evidence collected in there that could indicate something, but Perp might not have even touched her car.
Hey, JLR.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Your neighbor.
Yes.
You're just going for a walk? Yep. Enjoy your walk. Hey, even the neighbor knows JLR. That's cool. Cool.
His channel is the bomb, guys.
Neighbor's like, hey, JLR. I'm like, welcome to the neighborhood. Except that one person was like, wow, that one woman came out screaming. I got that clip too, by the way. Let's see. Boy says, somebody, let me see if I can get that clip.
They are camping out there, guys.
The woman. Somebody posted it on X. I said somebody's gonna clip it, and they did.
Break it out. Break it out. Let's see.
From Adriani F.
Break it down.
We'll recap.
Let's see it.
Here.
Let's see it.
It's a little grainy, but you'll hear it.
We don't care. Pull the shit up.
All hard right down the road on Campbell.
This is just so weird. Who are you people? What are you doing here?
Exactly.
This is our house. What are you doing? It's a public road. Filming. It's a public road. What are you filming? We're not filming your house.
You know what she filming.
And we're not filming your house. We're walking. Yeah, who are you and where are you from? Who are you and where are you from? I live here. This is my street. But we're not, what the hell are you doing? We're not involved with your house. Well, then get the hell out of here. We're walking. Yeah, well, you're keep walking. You can get in your car. You're filming, and you have no right to film me. You have no right to publish any of this. You can get the hell out. You can not on camera. You can hop in your car and go into your house. No one's bothering you. You can leave. We were keep walking. When we're done with what we're doing, keep walking. But you're filming our property. You have no right to do that. We're not filming houses. Yes, you were. You were filming right up at the house. We were filming you until
she mad in a mofo.
We started filming you once you walked up here. So you put yourself in here. You see the camera? You have no right to use that footage. For anything, you have no right to use the footage of our house. You walked into our camera. Well, the sheriff seems to let us. You have no right to be here. We do. Get the hell out. You can go back in your car and leave. I'm sick of this media bullshit. Have a good day, ma'am. Get the hell out of our... God bless. Maybe tell your sheriff to do a better job and we wouldn't have to be here.
Whoa.